Call to order this meeting of the Mendocino County Planning Commission of August 1st, 2024. Today's meeting is a hybrid meeting of the Planning Commission with participants both in person and digitally. The public may participate digitally in meetings by sending comments to pbscommissions@mendocinocounty.gov or orally via telecomment in lieu of personal attendance. All public comment will be made available to the commissioners, staff, and the general public after processing by staff, and can be viewed as attachments to this meeting agenda on the Planning Commission agenda page. We have a roll call vote. A roll call, please.
Commissioner Babini.
Here.
Commissioner Jones.
Here.
Commissioner Purnell.
Here.
Commissioner Wiedemann.
Here.
Chair Pollen.
Here.
Thank you.
Do we have a determination of legal notice for today's meeting?
Yeah, this matter has been legally noticed.
Thank you. Director's report. Do we have any additional items from the director today?
Good morning, Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. No director's report today.
Thank you. All right, agenda item number 4, which is matters from the public expression. Members of the public are welcome to address the Planning Commission on items not listed on the agenda, but within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. Planning Commission is prohibited by law from taking action on matters not on the agenda. Individuals wishing to address the Planning Commission under matters from the public may do so in person, via email, or Zoom. If any members of the public logged into the Zoom meeting wish to speak under public expression, please use the raise hand feature to allow staff to add you to the meeting. Do we have any requests for under telecomment?
I didn't receive anything for public expression.
All right. I'm going to now go to members of the room. Are there any members here who wish to speak on something that is not on today's agenda? If you do, please come up to the microphone, state your name for the record, and you will have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Gizmo, and I am here because I've had some issues with some of the crosswalks and stuff that have been upgraded lately around the city and around the county. They're using this 45-degree angle at the right-hand turn, which creates a unsafe blind spot when you're trying to make a right-hand turn. You physically actually cannot seem to turn your head that direction. And so I'd like to bring this to the attention to the county that I don't think these crosswalks, these upgraded, or what they're seem to be calling upgraded crosswalks, seem to be safe for walking and biking public, which is what we're tending to move toward, I think, especially here in Ukiah. Although it is city, I would like to speak to it as a county, as the whole county. The Department of Transportation, Mr. DeShields, does not seem to be willing to take this very seriously. And so I wanted to bring this to the board's attention that physically, when you're keeping both hands on the wheel at a 10-to-2 position, the further you move into a 45, the less chance, the more blind spot that you have over your left shoulder. So the physical attributes of moving and coming to a sign and actually visually seeing someone at this side of the crosswalk or a vehicle approaching becomes worse and worse. It becomes larger and larger blind spot as the angles of the crosswalks continue to change at a steeper angle. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public here in the room would wish to speak on an item not on the agenda? Do we have anyone on Zoom with a raised hand?
We have one member of the public with their hand raised on Zoom.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm just been developing a business in Mendo County near the Eel River, a hip camp, and it's been really great so far.
Excuse me, sir, we will be considering that particular item as part of the regular agenda. Do you have something that is not on the agenda?
Sorry, I do not.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other members on Zoom?
No other members of the public on Zoom with their hand raised.
All right, very good. Then I'll close the public expression period. Moving on to the consent calendar, approval of the Planning Commission meeting minutes from July 25th, 2024. Any proposed revisions to those minutes? If none, I'll accept a motion to approve.
So moved?
I'll second.
Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Purnell,
Yes?
Commissioner Babini,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiedemann,
Yes.
Chair Pollen.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you very much. This is agenda item number 6A on the regular calendar. This is a public hearing, case number OA_2023-0001, review and consider a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors on a proposed adoption of amendments to Division 1 of Title 20 of the Mendocino County Code. This item has been continued from our meeting of July 25th, 2024. I'll now open the public hearing. Has there been any correspondence and/or telephone calls received?
Yeah, there was several correspondence received, and they've all been posted to the public website.
All right, thank you. We will now have continued discussion and questions from the commission. I just want to poll the commission real quick and also conversation with Deputy County Counsel about how to address some of the items that were a little bit more involved at last week's meeting. The one in particular is the low-intensity camping. I believe, given the number of people who are here in the audience, can I just do a quick straw poll? How many folks are here to speak on that particular item? Okay, it seems the majority are. And then looking at the public comment, I would suggest, I know that it feels like this might be more than we can fully bite off in one day, but given that this is a recommendation to the board, I think we need to consider this item, and we could potentially make a recommendation to the board that it not be adopted in whole cloth right now, but it is part of the whole package, and so I think we need to send it to the board with some recommendation from us, and also to hear from the public that is here today, even if we end up having it come back to us for a fuller discussion at some point in the future. Deputy County Counsel, did you want to speak to that?
So Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, to elaborate on that, we spent some time after last week's meeting thinking about this one particular topic and, any issues or concerns of moving it forward as part of this packet. And in reviewing the Commission's role in the zoning ordinance amendment process, the Commission makes a report and recommendation on a proposed amendment. And the board has the authority to approve, modify, or disapprove that recommendation. So I think, while there might be a desire to have this come back in the future, I'm not sure that the Commission, in fact, I feel very sure the Commission could not, on its own, attempt to simply strike it from this project as a whole. I think it could make a recommendation to the board to not consider at this time. I think the Commission can make a recommendation to the board to make certain revisions in any event, but still recommend for it not to be done at this time, because the board has that ability to disapprove of the Commission's recommendation. I think it does need to move forward to the board in some form, but the Commission's recommendation would stand.
Any questions from the commissioners?
Yeah, so I have a question. We had no problem pulling or not including in this any discussion about Airbnb or vacation rentals. That was also a topic that this commission talked at great length about probably for over a year. And we pulled that out of this amendment, recognizing that it was controversial and the opinions of commissioners inland versus on the coast is very different because the experience of the two communities is very different. I think we should likewise pull this out of this amendment. It's not a difficult thing to do. We can just add to the resolution that this section is struck from the recommendation to move forward. And instead, what I think is we should consider both of these items together as a group. Obviously, with just 1 week's of notice, a lot of letters came in. The vast majority of them were in opposition to this. I don't think it's, responsible to, as planning commissioners, because we are the people who have more expertise in this area than the Board of Supervisors, to send something forward that is essentially not well thought out and not right-sized for both sides of the hill. I think that what I would like to do before rushing to judgment on this and saying, oh, because the other thing that we have a problem is we've got to get these housing amendments forwarded, and this is going to eat up a lot of time. Like, I don't think we're going to get through this today, frankly. Certainly not in any kind of unanimous way. And I also think that it takes thought. This is a big change. And frankly, I have concerns that this amendment is against the general plan's designation for residential uses. So I think that's also something that needs to get figured out. Like, I'm not sure you can just do this amendment without also amending the general plan designation for RR. So it makes it more complicated. So I really would prefer that we pull this item as well as the vacation rental item, consider them separately. And I think that we have two different sized shoes, and we're trying to put them both in the, two different sized feet. We're trying to put them both in the same shoe. There's an inland area issue where you have, I'm sorry if I'm going on, but I think it's worth it to listen to me for a minute, where you have a lot of economic depression and people are looking for opportunities to earn income. We have a coastal issue where we have so many tourists and so many residences that are turning into tourist accommodations that it's frankly degrading neighborhoods. It's really increasing housing prices. And we have a real housing crisis for employees because so many areas in our community have basically transitioned to tourists. So they're very different issues. And we're trying to resolve this with one ordinance, which is why we have a split on the board and also on the commission, right? Because Diana Wiederman and I have a different experience of what transient accommodations do to neighborhoods in our community. And that's borne out by facts. There have been more homes converted to transient uses on the coast than homes built in the last 30 years or last 20 years. So we have a net negative in housing, and that's expressed by people not being able to find a place to live, who are locals. So that said, I would like to encourage the staff to consider doing an overlay zone that would allow for transient camping and vacation rentals in the inland area with a different set of regulations than what's required on the coast. And I think that could solve an issue that's not just an ideological issue. It's an issue about how different our economies are and how different transient occupancy affects our local residents. So that would be my request.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Deputy County Counsel, would you like to respond to that?
Please, Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. So 2 points. On the short-term rental issue, that was never part of what was in front of the zoning code update packet. So it was never noticed as part of this item. So I think that already how it was pulled out before, and they agreed it couldn't be part of this. That's a different way this has been noticed, which is the camping was noticed as part of this update. So I think there's structurally a difference there. I am not, there is, I'm sorry.
I agree that
I'm
there's
not
a
saying
difference,
that
but I don't
it's
think that's a
appropriate.
reason that we can't pull it.
So the issue is the board can overturn your recommendation. So I don't think there's legally a way that the commission could tell the board it could not consider something that was in front of it. That's in the government code. So I think
We're not saying we're not going to consider it. We're saying we want to consider it at a later date.
That's a recommendation that you can make. And I believe the commission could, if this commission decided that it wanted to move forward with more consensus and to take more time on the issue, the commission's recommendation could be that the board take up the inland zone code update, but recommend that it do not approve any provisions regarding low-intensity camping. And so thus the board would say, they'd hear the commission's voice on that, and they could do with that what they will. But they could do that no matter what. I think if the commission wanted to say they wanted to pull this out, the board, I don't think the commission could bind the board to going along with that. I think given how the government code is structured, the commission makes its report and recommendation, and the board can approve, modify, or disapprove of that recommendation.
Okay,
I don't think it can be removed from the board's consideration in the future.
I'm not asking that it be removed from the board's consideration in the future. What I'm asking is to move this item forward in 2 different sections, which I think we can do. One would be looking at all of the rest of the inland code and making a recommendation on that. And the other would be continuing the hearing to a later date to make a recommendation on the remaining item.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, I don't think we can do that. I think the board could reject that. That's what the government code allows. So I think it's a structural issue. We can talk about this when we get to the resolution, if we get there today. But I think...
I don't understand what you mean by the board could reject it.
the board can approve, modify, or disapprove the
Oh, I agree.
recommendation of the commission. So I think in general, what I'm trying to say is, I'm not trying to hamstring anything going forward. I'm saying as part of the zoning code update packet, this was made a part of it. And so the board could take that up, and I totally agree with the commission and set it aside. But I don't think there's a way that between now and the board's hearings and the zoning code update, it could be fundamentally, completely removed at this point in time. Because if the commission tried to remove it, the board could reject that, and they could disapprove of that recommendation by the commission.
But that's true of any of our recommendations. I mean, you're making kind of a false statement.
I think there's a misunderstanding, to my understanding. It's just, I think we want to, my understanding is the planning director wants to get through this binder so that we can, and we'll never get through the binder if we continue with this and not separate it out at just another, the next meeting, even if it's a special meeting. All I'm saying is it's too much work to try to get through. If you want to get through it all today, it's not going to happen. And the other part is some of this is so new, people aren't even aware of it very much. And so that's another piece. But aside from that, just the amount of workload I would prefer to go through the binder and get most of the stuff completed and come back the next meeting with the earmark of the, one would call it the camping issue.
If I may, I believe there's a unanimous understanding on this board, at least from what I heard last time and from staff, that it feels like the low-intensity camping matter is a larger issue than we have the capacity to hear today. But what I'm hearing is that from a procedural perspective, we cannot remove that from the recommendation that goes to the board because it's part of the overall packet. So what I would recommend doing today is that we do have members of the public who are here to speak on this matter. I don't envision, or would I propose, that we have an extremely detailed review of that section where we try to resolve all of these issues today. Rather, we hear public comment that's part of the public record, and our recommendation to the board, should we choose to adopt it, is that that section, when the board considers it, be removed from the zoning code update to come back to us at a later date for a full hearing. And that would be in compliance with the government code and in alignment with the wishes of this commission. And I would hope that the supervisors, in their infinite wisdom, would have the wisdom and the deference to this planning commission to do that. But we cannot send something to them that excludes this portion from the overall zoning code. It does fall on them to decide whether or not to remove this or not, that it's not within our discretion. Does that feel like that makes sense and would work? Again, I want to make sure we get through this packet too, and we've got a lot of material in here, but I also want to be respectful for people who traveled from far perhaps to speak on this matter, that we hear from them here today so that their comments could be part of the public record, whether or not regardless of what the Board of Supervisors decides in the future, which again, I hope that they decide to pull this and send it back to us, where the public would again have an opportunity to speak. But regardless, we give them the opportunity to speak on that today, and that we consider that at the first part of the meeting so that people don't have to sit here and listen to us debate the minutia of the other sections until we consider that at the end of the meeting. Does that feel like that works for the commission? I don't want to railroad this through, but I'm just trying to keep us on track here. Commissioner Wiedemann, does that feel appropriate?
I don't mind getting hearings, since everybody came, or all of you who are out there came to speak to this issue, to take your public input. But then I think we should, my point is, move off of that topic and on to the binder of all the other topics, and come back to whether we set up another date. If we have time at the end, that's fine, but I don't think we will, personally. Then I would say let's set up another date to discuss the item we're postponing.
Right. Well, I don't think we have the authority to set it on another date, but again, we would be asking the supervisors.
We can do that.
Well, we could do it, but if the supervisors adopt it in the future, then we wouldn't have that ability to reconsider it. Or am I incorrect in that, Deputy County Counsel?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, if this commission wanted to come back, go through the binder today, and still come back as part of this agenda item, as part of this overall public hearing, and continue the discussion on camping, that is something this commission could do.
Right.
I think the point I am making is that the commission could not try and pull this idea back entirely, because it can make its recommendation against it. It can make a 5-0 recommendation to not consider it right now and end the discussion today. If there's a consensus in the commission, it should just be split out as a different topic and done along with short-term rentals in the future. Something the commission could recommend, and then not come back next week. Not continue the discussion now. Just bring that forth it'll be part of a separate agenda item. But here, as part of the packet that was proposed by the planning department, the commission can make its recommendation, and the board, and in the government code section, it states it can approve, modify, or disapprove. So, if you want to have more discussion, we can. I just don't think that there's any way, as part of the zoning code update, it could not move forward to the board in some form. It just be just for discussion purposes. Whether or not they choose to do something with it, that's a different story entirely. But in terms of noticing a packet for the board's hearing on this, hopefully in September, that could not include this provision, since it's already part of the packet.
So
Commissioners Bettini or Purnell, do you have any comments or questions on this procedural matter?
I would like to hear from the public on the matter today, just to respect the effort that they put into getting here. I think there's a decent chance that if this board's not able to make a recommendation on this to the board, that the board is going to just move forward as they move forward, because they seem ready to take action. So I'd hate for us to miss the opportunity to have our input.
Commissioner Bettini?
I agree with Allison. I want to make sure that if we do have any recommendations, concerns, or considerations, that the board would be able to at least have that in front of them when they make a decision. If we do potentially postpone reviewing this to a later date, I don't want it to go to the board before that and then us miss that opportunity.
Deputy County Counsel.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. So the recommendation from the Planning Commission could take multiple forms. It could simply be, we recommend this be tabled entirely for further discussion and further hearings as part of a future amendment. It could incorporate any agreed upon changes that the Commission does have a consensus of agreement on improving this matter, but still recommend that the board not approve low-intensity camping as part of the zoning code update because it needs additional discussion in the future. That way, it's on the record more clearly what at least, hopefully at that point, a majority of the commission was okay with putting forward to the board, and then still be a recommendation to not adopt it as part of the zoning code update.
Commissioner Jones or Wiedemann, any further comments on this?
Yeah, I mean, obviously my preference would be to recommend that the board not take action on this until we have time to prepare a good, well thought out ordinance instead of something that's going to polarize our communities and our neighborhoods. So that would be my preference. Of course, everybody in the audience should have their opportunity to speak, as well as all of the numerous letters that we received. And I'm sure if we have this as a hearing item in the future, there'll be a lot more people and a lot more letters. And if we do this as a hearing item in the future, I would really like to request that we also do a hearing on the coast, because it's a very long way for our residents to travel, and this will have a big impact on that. And that's why I would like to combine this with the vacation rentals. And, you know, look, people have been running hip camps illegally for 10 years in the county, and they'll keep doing that until we come up with some regulations that make it legal. So I don't think it's like a big deal if we wait 6 months to get this right. That would be my recommendation.
Commissioner Wiedemann?
I do not want to send the board our package without us as commissioners, land use planning commissioners, addressing this item. Because right now in the package, it affects almost every designation of zoning. And we've had, what, 2 weeks? 2 weeks, maybe 2.5 weeks to see this? And most of my constituents and the constituents of the county have no idea this is happening right here. So I want us to do our work, but I don't want to be hobnobbed to a rush job that is bad planning, just bad planning from the get-go. And the way we have it right now, it's not thought out. It's like an introduction. Hey, we need to deal with this. This is happening for folks. We need to come up with good solutions that work best for the 5 districts. And so, therefore, I do want the commission to address it, but I think it needs to be addressed as a separate item and go to the board. I think we can get this package to the board on a timely basis and try to earmark whether it's tying vacation rentals and the camping issues together. That would make sense, and sending our information to the Board of Soups.
Thank you. Any additional comments from any commissioners? I feel like we have unanimity amongst the commission that we would likely be making a recommendation to the board to remove this item for consideration from adoption of the zoning code update. I think that there might be some further discussion about whether or not we want to dedicate time today to making some tweaks to it, should the board choose to disregard our recommendation and adopt it, that if they adopted it, it would include the recommendations that we make today. I feel somewhat skeptical with the time frame that we have that we could do a thorough enough job that we would feel okay with them adopting something that we send to them. So I feel like, yeah, we're in a little bit of a pickle here in that we are under a time crunch to get this to the board, but I think that perhaps we hear from the public, we consider if there are a few recommended changes that we would make that we'd feel better than what is in here right now, and then there is a certain amount of trust and faith that the supervisors would listen to our recommendation to remove this from consideration, to send it back to us for a much more thorough discussion, which again, I think including short-term vacation rentals and having some opportunity for coastal residents to participate in person more easily would be very prudent. Director Krog, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. I just wanted to comment that if the commission did decide to essentially recommend to the board to not include this recommendation, we would still include a discussion within the staff memorandum that would go to the board, really describing that it's not that you're not supportive of regulations, but that additional thought and consideration and public outreach needs to happen before regulations are considered, that you could meaningfully weigh in on. So I think there would still be at least the opportunity for the reason, not just pulling it out entirely, but explaining why the reasoning of pulling it out at this point, or recommending that they do not include it as part of the final adoption package.
Right.
So.
Thank you. And to Commissioner Purnell's comment that it seems as if the board is ready to take action upon this, I'm not sure which political tea leaves we're all reading on this one, but I would hope that the supervisors again would hear our clear, strong recommendation that again we think that sensible regulation of this item is important, and that they would be willing to listen to that recommendation and pull this out from the zoning code update at this time.
And if I may as well,
Please.
just to add on to that point, I think that one of the concerns often is about, how long will it take for this item to come back before? And, certainly I think our office, we already are working on short-term rental regulations. We've continued working on that starting in this new fiscal year, which began July 1. So I think this would reasonably be on a similar track to that. and really would like to see that something is been adopted or at least under consideration with the Planning Commission and Board before we start sort of this next tourist season. I mean, obviously we're already through the bulk of where we are now, but trying to get something in front of the board in the early part of 2025. So.
Does the commission feel comfortable proceeding ahead, hearing public comment on this item? And then we can have a discussion about whether we want to make any suggested revisions to the item as drafted currently. Okay, great. All right, well then I would like to open this item up for public expression on this particular item. If there are members of the public who are here in the room who would like to speak on this, please come up to the microphone, speak your name for the record. And also please remember to speak into the microphone. Even though it's a small room and we can all hear each other in here, there are people that are participating remotely who require the microphone to be able to hear what's said. So please come up, state your name for the record, and let us know your thoughts on this particular item. And you have 3 minutes. Thank you. Hi. You really got to get right up on that microphone. I know it's a little nerve-wracking, but just pretend you're not where you are.
Hi, I'm Melissa Osman.
Closer, please, Miss Osman.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Melissa Osman.
It won't bite you, I promise.
Okay. So, first of all, Marie, I love everything that you said about the difference of the inland coast is on point. All the letters that I read this morning, so much opposition from the coast residents. I live on the coast, and I'm in complete support of low-intensity camping. I have a property here that we did hip camp on the last couple years, and I know that there's many, many hip camps, and they're up and running and doing brilliant thing. Because my neighbors were not okay with it, got shut down. The camper, so some of these letters that I read, they speak of transient habitation and homelessness, and I just feel like maybe they're kind of misinformed of this. The campers that we had, they're mostly from the Bay Area. Incredibly awesome people. They're paying. They're not homeless people camping on our properties. They're making a reservation, they're paying and staying, and in many cases they left the property, which is already very clean, cleaner than it was when they got here. They stop, they spend their money in our community. I give them little, hey, Saturday farmers market and Mama's Cafe and Namaste, and check these places out. And they bring our money into our community and they love it. And then they all had nothing but positive feedback. And so I just don't understand. And I have handfuls of friends who have the same experiences. I've had debates with some of my friends who has better campers. I think I do. So I don't understand when there's so much awesome greatness that happens, and these people from the Bay Area, they get to come up to Mendocino County and see the waves and wilderness and wine that says it right on our county welcome sign, and they get to experience that. They get to experience our county, maybe looking at the waves, or in the middle of the wilderness, or maybe in the middle of a vineyard. But it's something to really support, in my opinion. It's been nothing but positive as far as the camping. Neighbors, not so much. Camping, it's been a blessing, it's been awesome, and I beg for you guys to support it. I think it's worth it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osman.
Okay, so on this matter,
Can you just state your name? We know.
yeah,
You're
I'm
in the room.
Gizmo.
Thanks.
Okay, cool. On this matter, I also agree with Chair Jones that there is a division between, you know, that side of the hill and this side of the hill. I mean, it's definitely a difference. Being someone who has built tiny homes, I worked at the college with the sustainable technologies in the sustainable technologies courses, come to realize that they're a little bit more than just a motorhome or a travel trailer. These are places where people can live and dwell. They can also move them in case of a fire or an emergency. A lot of these homes sit on axles, and so having the ability to evacuate with your house and not your travel trailer is, I think, going to help get our fire insurance back, possibly be a niche that could show the rest of the communities and the world that if you abstain to, instead of going big, that we can reduce our carbon footprint and reduce our susceptibility to these large wildfires, that this is going to be a plus. So I wanted to speak directly to the tiny homes. Again, they aren't an answer to what's going on, but I believe that they definitely have a space for a transition between what we're trying to do right now and 10 years in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, I had a point of process.
Sure.
I wanted to ask our AV crew if we could do an update on the item that we're on. It appears the case number is correct, but the explanation of the case number is incorrect.
It's very funny you say this. I just sent a note to have that updated.
Thank you.
So.
Thank you. Yeah, we did discuss tiny homes at length last week, and there were some recommendations that were made to modification of the ordinance that would address that. So if there are other people that want to speak on tiny homes, we could consider that at a later point here in today's meeting. But we are primarily speaking to the low intensity camping aspect of the ordinance at this time. Hopefully the AV screen will reflect very soon. Okay, go ahead, sir. Your name for the record, please.
I am Chris Struitt, and I'm back to the low-intensity camping. So I've been running a hip camp on our property west of Ukiah here, and I just wanted to let you guys know that it's been overwhelmingly positive for us and for everyone who's come to camp. And kind of like she said, almost all of them come from the Bay Area, and they get to see this part of Mendocino that they've never seen. And it's awesome. And I've had not no complaints. I got very early on, I got a little complaint from a neighbor because some campers accidentally drove into their place, but we solved that very quickly with a sign. And ever since then, everything's been great. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Jarrett. Such a gracious audience.
Can this move at all? I might have to. I'll get down here. Hi, my name's Nick. I have been doing a little bit of work kind of within the city itself. I've been trying to put on these like art walks and stuff, and just kind of in that process of working with the community and businesses that are already in place, trying to create an environment for outside tourists, because that is a big push that has been happening with town. I've been kind of working with a group called GUPTA, the Greater Ukiah Business and Tourist Alliance, and they've been really emphasizing tourism, because that is kind of what our economy has at this point. We have milling. There was a big economy in the sector that has gone down, and so a lot of our, I think, local economy is taking a hit, especially in these past 5-10 years, seeing a lot more strain on our people's pockets, if you will. But I think, as someone who's seen hip camp firsthand work, and these outside people come in, and the landowners, offering packages to where people are encouraged to go downtown and spend their money. You're out of town, you come in, here's a place to stay. Maybe you don't want to stay at a hotel, or maybe we have tons of hotels, but you've stayed at hotels. Why not go see this piece of land that you can only see in Mendocino County? Because that is what we're known for, is beautiful nature. I've been around and I keep coming back because the redwoods, the hills, the rivers, it's gorgeous out here. And And as a hip camp, or as the low impact camping, not necessarily hip camp exclusively, but there's other options to be able to go see someone's curated spot and land. And I think it is difficult to put regulations on, because where do you draw the line in residential, and you know, how many acres do you need to have? And I understand that that is a hard topic, but I think it is worth trying to encourage and promote and allow in this community. And I know a few people have been hit with like the requirement of a major use permit, which I don't know all the codes exactly, but I believe you need for an Airbnb or some, or a VRBO, a VRBO, but you know, the low impact camping, in which you guys already all know, is very much different than that. And you know, kind of tying in the tiny homes to this, where do you draw the line there? Is for you guys to decide. But I think if you're able to pull in with a trailer and stay on a property, or set up a campsite, a tent, you know, maybe you got 3 acres of property in the back that you want to make some extra income on. I think as guardians of us, as people who are trying to keep our community strong, I think it's worth something to consider. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Nick, what was your last name?
Johnson.
Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Good morning. I'm
Morning.
Carrie Vaugh. I'm here speaking on behalf of myself and not representing any community organization. First of all, I want to say that I'm in favor of vacation rentals and camping, as long as there are ordinances and rules and regulations that would be for the benefit of neighbors and the community in general. I think we'd all would agree to that. Our county is suffering financially. Great market is in the tank, worst we've seen in over 40 years. So the revenue is going to be off on that. You'll see most of the property owners won't be even picking their grapes this year. And so there might be some opportunities for those farmers down the road, even if the property is zoned ag. That's something to consider. So I wanted to address one thing that was said by in the room here. I heard that there's already a bunch of illegal hip camps going on, and they've been going on for the last 10 years, and everybody knows about them. Well, that's great, but they shouldn't be happening, okay? If a neighbor complains about an illegal hip camp, it should be reported, and the county should take it serious, and they should notify that property owner they need to stop doing their hip camp or their camping, because you know, you think about right now, the tax revenue that's coming into our county and our city is coming in from people that are coming to the community. They're renting hotels, and the property owners are paying taxes. They're following the rules. They're getting permits. The same thing should happen with anybody that's doing these illegal operations. And I know where they are. I've seen them. It's frustrating. I've called to complain against the county, and I feel like my head's against the wall most of the time. It's like, oh, it's okay to be illegal. So I wanted to just say on that, they need to be in compliance. If they're not in compliance, they need to get a letter, stop until we get the ordinance in place. Then you come in and you apply for your permit. That's what needs to happen there. Now, I want to tell you some things that I think are as crucial. And one of the most important thing, if I were to tell you from my perspective as being a real estate agent and a property owner, I think having any kind of hip camp or vacation rental that's on a shared road easement is open for a lot of controversy. And I've made this complaint before, and it's probably the single biggest issue. Okay, so right now, if you approve vacation rentals and hip camp or any camping that's located on a private road where there is or is not a written road agreement, it will
Mrs.
cause.
Vaughn, I'm sorry, your time is up for today.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, you say you want public input and yet you have time limits on it. That doesn't work. My name is Lee Howard, 3900 Parducci Road. Since you're timed out, one is the ingress and egress to these hip camps when they're beyond a county right-of-way. Plain and simple. Most of the time, those ingresses and egresses are restricted to the one property owner and their utilities, etc. Hip camps all of a sudden make it all kinds of. Two, the simple fact that you're not addressing fire in this thing at all. I have a hip camp behind me that middle of the night, they knock on my door, going into it, trying to find the place, can't find it. There's 7 miles of road. All of it is either prescriptive or deeded. None of it is county right away. The simple fact is that this whole issue and the county, one of the goals is to protect agriculture. I have agriculture. I farm alongside almost 3,000 feet of this road that goes in. One year it got so bad that I actually got George Rao out to do a count on it. 87 cars a day, 24-hour day, over a 5-week period. Today it is reduced a little bit. It's about 40 cars per day, 40 trips a day. Nobody will participate in helping reduce the dust on the road. In 1983, I came to the county with a complaint, and they held a hearing. We had a use permit. The use permit required the people behind me to do dust off. How many times since 1983, 84, do you think they've helped with the dust? One time. I've complained to the county almost every year about it. It doesn't nothing happens. You'll find attached a letter from the farm advisor saying, oh, it's probably a civil matter, you need to take it to court. I hope you don't put these hip camps in anticipating that the property owner has to defend their right to agriculture and their right to farm, the right to make a living. I leave this with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Any other members of the public in the room wishing to speak on this topic? Right. Do we have anyone on Zoom with their hand raised?
We do have a few members of the public on Zoom. I will begin with Meadow Farms Community Land Trust.
Go ahead, sir, or ma'am.
Hello, good morning. We're with Meadow Farm, and we are currently a biointensive community land trust. We farm here. We use farm labor, and we have volunteers. We're all volunteers, basically. And although we're here primarily to talk about tiny homes, we do believe that in some cases with workaways or woofers that come to our farm from other areas, overnight tent-related housing, such as a hip camp or a tent-type rental, would be helpful to our users. And I think in all cases, we find that the individuals that camp here overnight are extremely responsible. They clean up after themselves. They drive under 8 miles an hour to keep dust down. We are accessed off a private road. It's a short distance to our lane. And just in generally speaking, I think it's essential that there is a way for individuals who have property that's rural and not close to other houses, to allow them to offer lodging overnight in the form of a rental or a hip camp style operation. So that's all I have to say. Sojourner League may also say something.
Having been here for 10 years and trying to make a nonprofit that helps with disaster relief, we also see it as a potential for sheltering for refugees from smoke and fire. We see it as a way for people who are families or of lower incomes that can't afford to buy a second home or to rent an Airbnb, that camping gives an opportunity for people to be out in nature with their children and to explore the businesses, the coast, and all the beauty that it has. So there is a lot of issues here. We honor those that are opposed to this, and we understand that neighbors are very important. We work very hard in our own nonprofit to lower impact to our neighbors because they are also friends and people that have a right to their homes. But we do see that camping can reduce, maybe building larger facilities like mobile communities or motels and other things, that there's a decreased resource consumption with camping than it is with Airbnbs. We do want homes to be family homes, people who are working in our hospitals and our businesses to support.
Excuse me, ma'am, your time is up. Thank you very much for your comments.
Very much.
Whomever iPhone 707 is, can you hear us? You are up.
Hi, my name is Katie Pence. I'm from Roseman Creek Ranch in Gualala. I really want to encourage the support of this bill of camping on private property. I think it's part of the concept is agritourism, and agritourism is kind of a lot of what people have said without using the word. Our area was probably 60% of the revenue here was pot, and it's now gone. And so most of the locals no longer support the local businesses. 3 businesses in Gualala and Anchor Bay are using their savings to get through the last 2 years. And one is closed or is closing, and the other 2 are really considering closing. We don't have a lot of businesses here. We really need industry, and this delay that you're talking about in implementing any of these kind of laws that can allow revenue in this area is really hard on the local community that's already really struggling to be able to support itself. And without industries of restaurants and stores and boutiques here, we won't have vacation rentals. And right now, our only industry is vacation rentals. The fishing's gone, the logging's gone. We have remote workers that are sort of here. A lot of them left after COVID, and now the only other industry is tourism. And I don't believe that it stops in terms of like what the commissioner or supervisor said, in terms of reducing the housing in the area for low cost housing for service workers. What I think reduces that is our laws that doesn't allow you to rent a guest house, doesn't allow you to rent an apartment above a garage, doesn't allow you to rent a studio, doesn't allow kitchens except for one. The restrictions on the ADU that you've put in, which is to only be able to have an ADU if you sign off into perpetuity that you will never vacation rent anything on your property again. And so and if you sign that, you're basically reducing one of your main zoning uses of your property in this area. And we have services still, but even the services are struggling. Just to say, that's my opinion. I think this is incredibly important that you allow people to do what they want in terms of vacation rentals on their property. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And could you state your name for the record again? I don't know if we heard it at the beginning.
Katie Pence.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Who do we have next? Amy Nguyen. All right, go ahead, Amy.
Hi, thank you. Amy Nguyen with Wind Coastal Planning and Biology. Thank you very much for this item and all of your careful consideration. I support the process that the commission is leaning towards. I have a suggestion as for the next level of discussion and brainstorming on this, is that perhaps it might be helpful for the zoning matrix to also include not just low intensity camping, but also the campground use, which is, our regular inland campground, major use permit tool. It'd be nice to have that added and where that can be, because I think, there's definitely a big difference between those two. It'll help us keep it upfront and up front of mind. And then also, I think it would be helpful to have the temporary camping exclusions and what zoning districts those are allowed in added to that zoning matrix. Just, part of also what I'm thinking about, I've heard a couple of people talk about, wildfire evacuees, smoke. So I keep thinking, okay, temporary camping, is that enough for taking care of those folks? I know that's very different from HIP camp. And then also, there's definitely the concept of agritourism and how that might, maybe that's like the, a HIP camp zoning overlay in those ags districts. Anyways, I think this is all really rich for discussion. I really look forward to the next level of discussion. And I think having that expanded zoning matrix, bigger paper would be helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ms. Randall, your turn.
Hello. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Hi, thank you for letting me get the chance to speak again. I did speak at the last meeting, but I just wanted to reiterate the importance of taking into account the Williamson Act within low intensity camping, just because the document says nothing about the Williamson Act properties. And I think it's essential that the Planning Commission takes into account this act and ensuring that the Williamson Act is first talked about before implementing low intensity camping on Williamson Act properties. And once again, we don't want to necessarily see our ag lands converted into non-agricultural uses such as campgrounds. And this has been an issue where there's no maintenance and there's no enforcement among policies that are set in place. So we think that it's important to look over the regulations and ensure that everything's being implemented and looked after. Once again, our membership doesn't really have a united viewpoint on this, but we see the benefit for agritourism, but we also don't want our ag lands to be mixed up within this camping ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Randall. Glenn Stewart, you're next.
Yeah, thanks, commissioners, for letting me speak on this. My name is Glenn Stewart, and I live in Comanche, California. I've been running a successful HIP camp for over 4 years, and it's been incredibly successful. We have a 100% rating. I think it's incredibly important to have the difference between the coast and the inland. It's incredibly important to the concerns of the two communities are different. And here inland, the economy is horrible. We have more houses for sale now than ever. And HIP Camp brings in a lot of great money to the community. It also brings in a lot of great money to the coast. The people that come in here are mostly from the Bay. They're usually affluent and are great guests. They're aware of the fire dangers here, and they're incredibly respectful. I think it's important that we have a bigger discussion on this issue, and thanks for hearing me out today.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Ben, you're up next. Could you state your full name for the record? And you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Ben Loton. Thanks for letting me speak. I have a property that's over 50 acres in unincorporated area outside of Point Arena, and it's used with as rangeland with some cattle there that are basically just doing rotational grazing with some small ranchers and that's only about 3 months a year. And other than that, I would just really love to be able to do the kind of hip camp style, low impact camping on the land. So I'm really happy that you guys are considering this. I currently have a short-term rental that is on the property, and it effectively like doubles my property tax that I'm paying. So I pay, I don't know, $7,000, $8,000 a year or something straight to the county. So pretty good there, and would love to see that number increase with adding camping. I also just, and I mentioned that also just the idea of keeping the ag and, you know, how that plays into the camping. And I think those things can like work together really well. Also just wanted to mention that as a hip camper, like I've gone and stayed, you know, on a bunch of people's properties all over the country and had some of the coolest experiences traveling. I just want to point out how unique it is to actually get to stay on, you know, a beautiful property, totally different than staying in a bona fide campsite next to it with a bunch of other people, which is awesome also. And we have some beautiful campsites in Mendocino. But yeah, I'm just super into the potential of this. So thanks for considering and making it more legitimate and a path for property owners like me. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Susan Hearn, you're up next.
Hi there, good morning. The Mendocino Coast is not an affordable place for many to visit. Offering a variety of visitor opportunities such as low-impact camping could be one viable, affordable manner for people to enjoy the coast. Allowing low-impact guests would contribute to the local economy, making local businesses more successful. Food, restaurants, shops, museums, gardens all benefit from visitors with minimal infrastructure. Low-impact camping, for example, with fully self-contained trailers, allows families and individuals to enjoy cooler temperatures and the bounty of nature in Mendocino County. If we make visiting Mendocino County unaffordable, unfortunately, the financial support to the community and the political and philosophical support to the natural resources will be lost. If you tell people you cannot visit the coast because you cannot afford it, this prohibits many from the joy, comfort, physical health opportunities, and recreational fishing opportunities that Mendocino Coast provides. An interesting thing about low-income camping is it does not take away from the local housing supply. So it's not an Airbnb. It allows small private landowners to bring in a small amount of money or income. I do suggest that we adopt low-impact camping regulations similar to campgrounds, for example, with the California State Park System. I can send you guys a list, but for example, quiet hours, campsite capacity, gray water regulations, fire safety such as no ground fires, weed and flammable clearance of at least 25 feet. In addition, there are local dump stations such as McCarricker State Park that allows visitors to discharge their waste in a safe and affordable manner. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments.
That was it for people raised hands on Zoom.
Okay, I see one more member of the in-person audience who would like to speak on this. Please come up to the microphone and speak your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I am Alexis Johnson, and I help run a hip camp in Calpella, or used to. And I just want to state that before we even started, we went to our local fire department to see what they required. We put a fire extinguisher on the property. We do not allow fires. Everyone comes in campers. Also, from just my own experience, finding places to stay overnight with a trailer in Mendocino County is very difficult. You can find long-term, but overnight is very rare. And I found with a lot of our campers, they'll reach out personally if our hip camp is shut down. So I feel like creating guidelines and, you know, regulations for these people to allow for success instead of doing something illegal and potentially getting in trouble for it. And I feel like a lot of the negative feedback that we are getting as hip camp, you know, providers is coming from neighbors that want to have something to say. And if, you know, road regulations are required, then I feel like we should look into that, because again, it's one person on a road full of 15 people that has something negative to say that's going to shut a lot of stuff down for people that are just trying to create something beautiful for our community. Anyways, that's all I have to say, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other members of the audience in here in person who wish to speak on this item? Okay, I think we're going to take a 10-minute break to take care of our bodily needs, and we'll come back and consider this. Okay, great.
Center with parents and families, all the stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very like rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with a business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I suggest that I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él. De quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar. Cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires
All right.
people to evacuate.
This matter's back before the commission. I'm going to ask Director Krog if she has any advice for how we proceed from this point forward.
So I think if we build off of the conversation that the commissioners had before you heard public comment on this item, it seems that the commissioners would like additional time to sort of workshop this item. So I think either if you want to table any further discussion on this for right now, and we'll come back to it after addressing other chapters in the code as to whether or not you want to just make a recommendation to the board to not include regulations at this time, noting that staff would provide a description of sort of the concerns raised by the public as well as the commissioners, and that the item would come back at a future date, or if you want to table it and possibly consider addressing it at later in the meeting. You can also give direction now if you want staff to just provide the recommendation to draft a revision to the resolution to the board that would recommend not adopting these low-intensity camping provisions at this time.
Okay. I'm going to query the board real quick to see if anyone has any thoughts about that recommendation.
Are you looking at me first? Okay.
You hit your button, so go.
I hit my button. Woo woo. So I feel like we could spend a lot of time on this, and I still feel like the community is just barely aware of it. So I would prefer if we wait. If there's one thing that we added, if you want to make one little change before, in case they decide to adopt it without giving us again and try and create a good planning document, which hopefully they wouldn't do, I really think we should think about allowing a different parcel size for camping inland and coastal. And I think that might help resolve some of the issues. It seems like inland, you guys are fine going down to 2 acres or less. I think on the coast, that's really tough. And then the other thing is private roads. So I feel like those are 2 issues that minimally we should address in this, but I really feel strongly that we should encourage them to wait and do a good regulation, because the problem is there's lots of people out there who want to get permitted, which is great. And if we do something that's not well thought out, it's going to have a lot of consequences. Because you can set up a campground a lot quicker than you can build an ADU.
So just so I'm clear on your proposed recommendations, where would you delineate that line between the coastal portion of the inland zoning code jurisdiction and the
That's
inland?
really hard. I mean, you could just do it by supervisor's jurisdiction. I'm not sure if that's the right way to do it, because I think Redwood Valley in particular, there might be some better opportunities on smaller parcels there. I'm not really sure. And that's part of the reason why I feel like it'd be better to wait so that we could actually do this with good information and thoughtfully than.
Yeah, I think we're all in favor of hopefully we get this back in front of us. But I guess if we are going to try and, I guess I would just say one thing. Whatever we send to the supervisors, it is at their discretion to
always
to adopt or not. So I guess I would feel a little remiss to spend too much time trying to workshop this here today, because they could choose to reject that or not.
I do have a suggestion, and maybe Julia's already doing it, but maybe each of the commissioners could do just what Commissioner Jones did and just give our quick little snippet on what we're thinking about it, and that can either be fodder for future discussion or fodder for a memo to the board. in the event that they do want to move forward with this, I would like them to know about these particular things that we think we need to workshop a little bit more.
I think that sounds like a great suggestion to just go from commissioner to commissioner, similar like Jones just did, to be able to hear sort of what is important and things that you want to work through. And then I also just wanted to note that given the amount of public comment received and the concerns on the commission, staff would also be recommending, if the commission did not provide any recommendation to the board on how to, adopt regulations for this and asked for it to be tabled for further discussion, that we would agree with having additional sort of public input into that, especially if you're talking about separating regulations between inland areas and coastal areas. That's something that really would require getting out in the community to understand where that separation should occur. So.
The only recommendation, I think, to Marie's point is, I know with cannabis, we had a buffer zone from the coastal zone that we included that had slightly different requirements for cultivation that we could potentially look at as a possibility for this as well. So even though we had difference obviously in the coastal zone and inland, there was still this buffer zone past that we incorporated. I can't remember if it was like 2 miles or 5 mile buffer zone on the coastal line that had slightly more restrictive requirements that we could look at also.
Well, I'm going to stage advice of Commissioner Purnell and our director and ask each commissioner to speak briefly about what they would like to say. So, Commissioner Purnell, would you like to offer your comments?
Sure. Yeah, I think my mic is on. I would like, I think probably the whole commission is willing to recommend to the board that the board needs to make that change to the Williamson Act to make an eventual low-impact camping ordinance an allowable use. And I think the board's already moving in that direction, but just want to underscore that. I'm also intrigued by Amy Wynn's idea about an extended zoning matrix, which shows where basically like that free camping is versus the low intensity. And then in particular, where is the line between low intensity and campground? Because by the time we're at 9 campsites, I'm actually wondering if we're a campground.
You are.
I'm definitely wondering. Yeah.
You're definitely in a campground if you have 9 campsites. So I ran a campground with 10 campsites. It's a campground.
Yeah. So I think that's why I like the idea of the extended matrix, so that we're not just looking at a narrow definition. We're actually looking at a greater universe of camping. And I think that would be actually of great benefit to planners, public, decision makers. I'm supportive of all the fire requirements. I would like to see an additional fire requirement added for a designated smoking area. I'm supportive of reducing the definition of a campsite to 8 people. I think that's consistent with state and national parks, if I'm not mistaken, instead of 10. And also increasing to 2 tents. I'm just thinking about when my family and I go camping, we're a family of 4, and we're at the point where the kids like to have their own tent, and it's really fun for them. And a family of 4 can take up 2 tents. Ready to bring on a foreign exchange daughter for a year, which is going to make us officially a 2-tent family at any campground. 2 tents. And I'll say it again, I'm very, very supportive of the on-site host requirement and all fire safety requirements, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Wiedemann?
Well, my position is to bring this back for more discussion. Just since we opened it up, I probably had about 30 phone calls in my district alone. And it's of just people trying to figure out, what is this about? So, and therefore, at this point, I would like to bring it back to this commission to work through it more and then send it to our work, to the Board of Soups, and have our first blush of work on it. And I think my concerns, besides fire, hearing from lead agencies such as fire and rescue. Also, it would be definitely full-time somebody on the site for the camp. I mean, that was a thing I got the most is nobody's even required to be on the site, right? And I sat there, oh, yeah, that is a problem, right? So for me, I would like to just bring it back as an item that this commission looks at before we send it to the Board of Suits. And my one question is, where in the city of Ukiah there would be campgrounds? So why is that's my question. I mean, kind of interesting, right? It's the other 4 districts that are really affected by this. And kind of interesting that the role of the city of Ukiah plays.
I think the only one in the city that I can think of is at the fairgrounds for the RV park. It's the only thing I can think of.
So I didn't know we were giving all of our thoughts. Can I still give some thoughts? Because I wasn't done. I just was giving my 2 minimum ones.
Sure. Can we query the others and we'll come back to you?
Sure, that's fine.
Commissioner Babini?
Yes. So I definitely am in favor of, after hearing the public and the concerns and the received comments we have posted on kind of the different needs of the coastal area, not necessarily coastal zone, but the coastal area as a whole versus inland, and kind of the consideration of a buffer zone, because I do feel like it really worked for cannabis and kind of quelled any issues that people had, that were living closer to the coast versus inland, but without restricting the inland quite as much, just because of the different needs of the areas as far as economic benefit as well. So maybe looking at a buffer zone of 2 miles as a crow flies, or a 5-mile buffer. I do also agree with Commissioner Purnell on the compatible uses for the Williamson Act for low-intensity camping. I think that Williamson Act has additional restrictions that are needed to be more compatible with ag use, but there are compatible uses that you can incorporate with Williamson Act that may be restrictive beyond just the zoning for ag land. I also like the suggestion for the reduction from 10 persons to 8 persons for the one campsite. As somebody who has a very larger family, I still think we're not going to hit that 8 people, but reducing that would, well, maybe the use for how many tents or RVs, if you have 8 people, you don't want to have 8 RVs pulling up for that, because I think that becomes a greater issue. For the public versus private drives for campsites, I'm against restricting based on private drive, because I believe a lot of our county is not on a public road. And I think that zoning isn't always necessarily compatible with what the actual property is, just because we have some, R1s that are 20 acres, we have some R1s that are smaller, and I think that we need to really look at, what type of requirements, whether that's a business license, administrative permit, or a use permit, maybe what on the request is versus the size of the parcel. So I had for recommendations.
Thank you. I guess I'll make a few. I also am in favor of the reduction to 8 campers from 10, and the increase to 2 2 tents per campsite. I also am in general favor of the concept of a differentiation between the coastal and the inland. I haven't landed on what I think would make the most sense of that. I don't think the supervisorial districts do make sense, because there's so much of, especially the second, that is not coastal, and would not make sense to impose those limitations. I think the only thing that hasn't been spoken of that I would like to just revisit slightly is in the updated memo of July 30th that Director Krog presented to us in the section around sanitation. The language was changed not requiring chemical toilets, but that the sites be self-contained or connected to a permitted sewage disposal system. I would be more in favor of the language that I think we incorporated for the tiny homes, which was a system approved by environmental health, such that it's consistent throughout and potentially opens up to a wider range of safe and sanitary waste disposal. Yeah, again, I will just state again for the record, and I think we'll note here that I clearly feel like that this requires much greater discussion, and I hope that it comes back for us. And again, I also like the cohesive thought of including the matrix that includes campgrounds, private no-fee camping, and a discussion of short-term vacation rentals at the same time, because while there is differentiation, I do think they touch on similar areas. And I think at that time, a discussion around the impact on private roads, and again, whether or not it's hard when we start breaking this up, but whether or not it is appropriate to distinguish in certain areas where perhaps private road regulation would be more prudent than others, might be worth discussion at that point. Commissioner Jones, I'd like to honor your requests.
Thank you so much. I'm going to still put it out there. I'm totally up for a limitation of at least 5 or 10 acres on the coast for this type of recreational use. I am very concerned that it does not comply with the general plan, general uses or intent of the RR residential zoning district. So I think I would encourage staff to look at that. That's on page 3-77 of the general plans right in front of me. In terms of being close to neighbor uses, I don't think we want to limit it to residences. I could easily imagine a situation where someone has horses or cows or sheep, and someone else wants to put a campground right next to them, and that could be pretty troubling for the property owner that has those animals. Or even an outside swimming pool or a garden they like to work in. I think there's a lot of possibilities for incompatibility with normal residential uses. So I would actually like to change that to 250 feet from any developed residential uses of the neighboring properties, because I think that would help to limit some of that conflict. I absolutely think a use permit should be required for a non-county road, just because of all of the traffic and people getting lost and the disruption that causes for people and the road wear and tear. And then the other thing I think you should consider is limiting the number of vehicles that can park per campsite, because you can easily end up with a situation where you have 8 campers and 8 cars coming, or 8 trailers. So I think it should be limited to 2 vehicles and no more per campsite. I really think water is critical. You have to provide usable tap water if you have a campsite. And that is critical for sanitation. It's critical for health of the campers. It's critical for cleaning the cooking equipment that they bring. So I think having an on-site water source has to occur. It could be a garden hose, I don't really care, but they've got to have access to water. And then there's a whole issue of pets that I think we haven't discussed at all. At Jug Handle, we allowed pets. Pets can be very problematic. So I think that's a whole nother thing, because pets that are moved to a location where they've never been before, where there are animals in the wild wandering around, you get dogs barking. And dogs barking in a tent, there's no sound deafening. And that becomes super annoying to neighbors. So I would actually recommend no pets on any parcel that's less than 5 acres, because that sound travels really far at night and is super disruptive for people. Overall, even with all those ideas, I'll just say it, I think this is a rotten idea, and I think it's a rotten plan. I don't think this is a use that's compatible with residential uses on small parcels, even 2 acres. And if someone has this use on a 2-acre parcel, maybe they need to buy a bigger parcel. And I'm sorry, I feel emotional about it because I ran a campground. I know a little bit about what I talk.
I've got Commissioner Wiedemann next in the stack, and then I'll come to you, Commissioner Babini.
You know, I didn't realize we're line-iteming. I just thought this is coming back to us. Is that?
Yeah, I think it's still coming back.
Great.
We certainly hope it is coming back to us.
If I may, I think
I don't want to hope. I
Well,
want it to come back.
I don't think we can dictate that.
Yeah, if I may, so the Planning Commission is providing a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. As I understand it, the recommendation seems to be going in the direction that do not consider adopting these regulations at this time, and then it could come back, if the board agrees with that, as a separate ordinance amendment to be considered at a future date. But the Planning Commission cannot tie the hands of the Board of Supervisors.
Okay. And hearing that, then what I'm going to say is any hip camp, any camping, whether it's a hip camp or not, up a private road needs a use permit, period. And I have a real problem with the size of trailers that were talked about by my fellow commissioners earlier, of not only a 20-foot length, but pulling another trailer behind it and going up a private road. So if this goes any farther without any oversight, I think there's going to be a suit. There's going to be legal suit. The county will get sued for sure. That's what I got from a lot of my constituents calling in. I think until this is, and I'm just going to say, we're going down kind of a path of, it's just unfathomable. Poor land use planning. And that's what I have to say.
Thank you. Commissioner Babini?
I just had one quick comment to what Commissioner Jones said, which is I fully agree with the no pets. However, I know that some folks have service animals, and so I don't know if we can exclude service animals from that, but yeah, so I just wanted to confirm. Okay, perfect. I just wanted to make sure.
All right. Any other comments from the commission? A point of process to Deputy County Counsel and Director Krog. Do we need to workshop some particular language that would go in this resolution that would put the recommendation of the commission that this be considered only in the future, but after the Planning Commission has had a chance to look at this again?
So Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, we need to draft that language, obviously. So I probably wouldn't recommend doing it now. If we want to move on to the other aspects of the ordinance and go through those, see how far we get, because that's part of the issue there as well. And then if we're coming back at a date to come back to finish the rest of the packet, great. And we can bring something forward then and workshop it at that point in time.
Okay, great. You concur,
Yes.
Director Krog? Okay, great. All right, well, an hour and some later, we can get to work. Okay.
That was exhausting, wasn't it?
Well,
If I may, Chair Paulin?
Please.
So I think the main question for staff is whether or not the commission wants to just quickly run over the revisions that we made to other chapters, excluding the low-intensity camping, from the direction from the last meeting, or if you'd like to discuss new chapters and come back to that after.
Yeah, I believe new chapter.
Great, okay. Then please, unless the commission wants to go in any particular order, I figured we could start with the chapter title and see if anybody has any comments or revisions on that, and then move on to the next. So if that's acceptable.
Sure.
So the first chapter is chapter 20.004, which is general provisions, essentially. There's really minor changes made in here. It includes updating reference to the zoning code, to Mendocino County Zoning Code, Division 1, and includes language regarding interpretation of split-zoned properties.
Great. Just real quick, just so that we're all looking at the same information and discussing the same document, we have what was provided to us in our packet, but also I'd like to direct all the commissioners to the memo that was provided on July 30th by Director Krog that incorporates some revisions that I think were reflective of last week's meeting, correct? So primarily, we're looking at that memo as the base point for today's discussion, correct?
If I may, so you'll primarily actually still be looking at Exhibit A, which was the longer, the original document, the 313 pages, and then I will direct you to that memo when we are switching gears to talk about chapters that were amended there.
Okay, great,
So,
thank you.
so were there any comments or questions on 20.004 general?
Not seeing any, let's move on.
Okay, so the next one, this is in the memo from July 30th, excuse me. This is the definitions chapter, 20.008. So I incorporated the recommended revisions requested by, I believe it was Commissioner Purnell and Commissioner Babini, and those are shown as yellow highlighted red line text. In addition, as we were updating the accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units, we decided to align our definitions with those of the state contained in government code. So you'll see that there's revisions to accessory dwelling unit, junior accessory dwelling unit, and the definition of efficiency kitchen, just to really make sure we're in line with state law requirements. Were there any other comments or questions from commissioners on those?
Any? Nope. Okay, great, thanks. Moving along.
Wonderful. Okay, so we're moving on to, let me get to the page number here.
Can I just make one suggestion before you bring this to the Board of Supervisors? Just make sure that you have definitions for all terms of use in the rest of the document. I noted where I saw terms of use later, but I didn't translate them to this page. So it's a little hard for me to give you the comments, but maybe I can just email you where I saw that you had terms of use that were not defined that might benefit from a definition.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sure. And we can, I think we can bring that forward. I'll talk with council too about sort of procedural around that. Yeah, it could be something that comes back at a later date too. So, okay, so 20.012 is the next chapter, use classifications. That begins on page 23 of your packet. This is really the changes. I just discovered that we did not actually have all of our use types listed here. So as currently shown, this has every single use type that appears within the zoning code in the subsequent chapters, separating residential, civic, commercial, and industrial or agricultural use types. Those have all been included here now. They were not all previously included. So that's really more of a cleanup item that we've done. And that's really the extent of the changes here. It's not adding new use types beyond the low intensity camping, which depending on your direction there could be removed as well.
Can I ask a question about that, Julia? I had a question about that. I wasn't sure if what you just mentioned might be related to a question that I had on page 26. We start looking at agricultural and industrial use types, which are listed there, but I didn't see that section actually show up later in the ordinance. Is that what you were referring to?
Yes, so there's actually no changes proposed to industrial or agricultural use types, and that's why you don't see it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yes, if you give me just a moment here.
Commissioner Wiedemann, please remember to use your microphone.
So just one additional clarifying comment on this section too. Some of our reclassified uses, they're not new uses, but they're underneath a different phrasing, such as the assisted living residential care facility, daycare facilities, and employee housing. Those reclassified use types are shown here, but it's a use type that previously existed within our code, so it's not a new regulation. The only new is the low barrier navigation center, which we'll talk about when we get into the residential use types. So if you give me just a moment here, I'll share my screen.
Also, just to query the commission while she does that real quick, I wonder, are there also, if we're thinking of from pattern to detail, before we get too far down into the weeds, were there any larger substantive issues that aren't related to particular sections that you had questions or comments about that we want to query the director on?
Not so much. I just had some suggestions about parking. I put together a little parking table in a memo.
Great, thank you. Any other commissioners? If I might indulge, then my one question. Director Krog, I noted that we have a new definition for community design guidelines incorporated in here, and there's several references to the applicability to community design guidelines within the mixed use compatibility standards, but I didn't see any reference in any other zoning areas to the community design guidelines. I know that this has been an issue that the Redwood Valley Municipal Advisory Council has been working closely with your office on, and I was curious why those community design guidelines don't appear in any of the commercial uses or any other areas in which the Redwood Valley residents have been hoping that they could be applicable.
Sure. So kind of two separate issues. So the community design guidelines were an implementation item from the Ukiah Valley Area Plan. So as those are currently written, they were adopted by resolution by the Board of Supervisors in, I believe it was 2015. And so those are applicable in the Ukiah Valley Area Plan areas as required by those mixed-use zoning districts. As for the Redwood Valley MAC, there's a separate project that the department is working on with the MAC, which is bringing forward their recommended community design guidelines that are specific for the Redwood Valley MAC area. So that's something that will be discussed at future dates.
So we didn't feel it was appropriate to include the provisions for community design guidelines in other areas throughout the inland zoning code area that might want to adopt community design guidelines in the future?
Not at the time that those were adopted in 2015, and the community design lines are not part of the packet that's in front of you today.
And I'm curious why not?
Why they are not?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know that I can speak to why prior boards did not adopt that as applicable to other areas of the county. I think when the Ukiah Valley Area Plan was first established, those design guidelines were really meant to implement the provisions within there, which are really specific to the Ukiah Valley area. So if it's a discussion that the commission would like to have in further detail, I know in the past we've talked about the master tree list that's included in those community design guidelines. I think reasonably that would come back as a separate discussion item where we can talk through that.
I guess my one concern is that if it's not incorporated into this zoning code amendment now, what's the process for making sure that areas that are not in the Ukiah Valley Area Plan or the specific concerns of Redwood Valley if Hopland wanted to adopt community design guidelines or some other area, would they be prohibited from doing so because it's not specifically referenced here? And
no, at any time you can amend the zoning regulations or general plan provisions, and so it would just be coming back as separate specific items, not part of this update process.
I just know that the process of getting onto the agenda and to addressing those items is not always the most timely process, and so while we are in the process of doing this now, it feels like it could be appropriate to consider that so that that avenue is more easily and readily available for other parts of the county to utilize. Deputy County Counsel.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Gudrowski. So there's a separate direction from the board to bring forward what was proposed by the Redwood Valley MAC as both a general plan amendment and zoning code update in its initial form. So with that idea that it was a general plan amendment, that's something separate and apart from just the zoning code update. So I think that's the reason it was segregated from this zoning code update in particular, and it's just implementing the UVAP. That's something on the department's task list for this current fiscal year for Redwood Valley in particular. In terms of other communities and how to adopt guidelines, there may or may not need to be something in the general plan for them under the area plans that were adopted in the current general plan. But then those which we brought forward, the communities themselves can't adopt those. They can recommend to the board that they have design guidelines, but otherwise the MACs are advisory bodies. So that would have to be a separate process that would probably come both to the Planning Commission and the board if other communities wanted to adopt those.
All right, thank you. All right, let's get back to chapter by chapter. Thank you for...
So if there's no other questions or comments on 20.012, we'll move forward to chapter 20.016, which begins on page 29 of your packet. And this is residential use types. If it's acceptable to the commission, I'll just quickly run through some of these reclassified use types, what they were previously. So the new use type added at the top, assisted living residential care facility. This was previously called a family care home and was listed as an accessory use in essentially all zoning districts, accessory to residential or agricultural use type. So it's not a new use per se. We're just moving it into the use types and out of the accessory use regulations. Family residential single family has been modified to include reference to allowance for single family residence to be a movable tiny home. That's in 20.016.015A. Daycare facility, this is just separating out, it previously was listed as a civic use type along with small schools, and actually state law requires that these be treated as residential use types.
So I'll just point out that your dwelling unit definition already includes movable tiny home in the definition, so I don't think you need it here as well. So I think you could just stop at family residential, one dwelling unit, because the definition of dwelling unit includes movable tiny home and should probably also include ADU. Sorry, that's what I mean by.
What is you mean by what?
I found stuff later that had to do with definitions, but I didn't necessarily transfer it.
I see.
This makes it easier.
Is that a change that the majority of the commission would like to see made? I'm seeing.
Yes.
Yeah, I heard a majority. Okay, great.
I guess in my sense, like, some redundancy is not necessarily a bad thing, in that if we don't have to have people cross-referencing every which way, sometimes it can be helpful for the general understanding.
I actually disagree strongly, because if you include it here and you don't include it in another later chapter, you don't explicitly include tiny home and JADU and everything else, then people can argue that it's not included because you explicitly did include one that's in the definition, but not the other things that are in the definition. So I actually think you're much better off from a legal perspective. That's why definitions are so important, Babini, and include everything that's in that definition, and then you just refer to it, and that includes tiny home, JADU, yada, yada.
Okay, thanks. And corrected.
Okay. Excuse me, sorry, I was speaking outside of my microphone. So daycare facility, as I mentioned, this is a change really. It's not necessarily a new use type. It's just moving from civic use types to residential use types consistent with state law. The next section, employee housing. This change, again, we just took out the separation between farm labor and farm employee housing and really refer to the provisions of the Employee Housing Act because it's been substantially updated in recent years and really seeks to streamline the approval process for what previously we called farm employee and farm labor housing. So we have lumped it all underneath employee housing, and this also includes industrial caretaker and industrial employee housing as well. So there would need to be compliance with the provisions of the California Health and Safety Code related to this, and how staff pictures this being rolled out would be essentially as somebody is coming in for a building permit for constructing one of these units, there'll be a separate sort of worksheet to work through to demonstrate that you qualify for housing underneath this Employee Housing Act. So that's really, it has shortened our number of use types by consolidating 4 into a single use type, employee housing. So you'll see then that below that, farm labor, industrial caretaker, and industrial employee housing have all been struck. Low barrier navigation center, this is a new addition from, again, California Government Code, required to be treated as a residential use type. And this, as it's currently written, the provisions for low barrier navigation centers sunset in 2027. But it could very well be extended, and essentially this is just really to ensure that there's the ability to have these types of facilities located in communities and treated similar to other like-type residential uses. Then supportive and transitional housing. Previously, these use types did exist. They were actually in a different chapter within the code, in the General Provisions and Exceptions chapter 20.152, and we have moved them into the residential use types. That's really where they most closely align, and they are subject to the same permitting requirements as they were previously, and treated as as principally permitted in the districts where they are required to be treated as such, based upon California government code. Any questions on those? Great. So moving on to chapter 20.020, starting on page 31. Really minor changes here. Child daycare facility has been deleted because it does not actually appear as a use type in any zoning district, which was surprising to me, why we had it there and it didn't appear in any districts. And then you can see the modification made here, similar as I described before, about moving daycare facilities into the residential use types and just leaving small schools as its own separate use type.
Commissioner Wiedemann?
On section 20.020.040, small schools, is there a reason why we're limiting that to 25?
I believe
persons?
there's some, underneath California Health and Safety Code, there are some caps on that, I believe, before you move into a larger school facility and would then be underneath like an educational facility.
Right, okay. So because there have been small schools larger than 25, and
those would be treated under a separate use type, the educational facilities use type, which is still, there's a permitted use type for that.
Right.
The small schools gets a little bit more of a streamlined permitting review than you would for a larger scale educational facility.
right, and there's probably less requirements on the actual building in a small schools versus the other one.
These
Am I
schools
not-
are regulated by the Division of State
Yes,
Architects, so I
exactly,
actually
yeah.
can't speak
That's
to
what-
fully the
right,
requirements.
So I was just curious that where the 20, I understand why we put a number there. I was just questioning that number.
Yeah, understood.
Okay, let it go. Moving on.
So there's no other changes in that chapter, so unless there's questions, we can move on to the next.
Hold on a second, Commissioner Babini.
In your memo, there was a change to the 20.020075, which was major impacts, which did include the definition for the battery energy storage system.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you. I apologize. So this is where we are looking at the new memo that came out, the July 30th memo. Thank you, Commissioner Babini, and my apologies for that. So we did include red line changes to 20.020075 to include reference to the battery energy storage systems, the BESS, and the definition was also included. So my apologies for not directing to that right one. Okay, so then going ahead and moving down, commercial use types, 20.024, beginning on page 35. The primary change here was, and I'm sorry, I don't want to make everyone sick by scrolling down. One was clarifying under eating and drinking establishments that this would also include tasting rooms when they're not associated with a packaging and processing winery use type. This was actually a change that was requested by staff to just make sure it was much clearer of how a standalone tasting room could be permitted in absence of being located on a property with a winery. So very simple change and something that we had already interpreted that way as well. And then moving down to page 40, if the commission, this is where the transient habitation low intensity camping use type would be located. And as we discussed, that may be tabled for future consideration, in which case that would not be part of what the recommendation would be to the board. And then finally, underneath wholesaling, storage, and distribution, which is on page 41, underneath the heavy, there's light and heavy wholesale storage and distribution. We just wanted to clarify that this also includes propane providers as well as part of that, where you may have, storage of tanks in like an open area or fueling up of vehicles. So it's more of a clarification than anything else. We have interpreted this use type that way in the past and just wanted to make sure it's clearly written in there.
If I may, so we're removing, I'm going back to the transient, we're removing D for right now.
We're recommending that they remove it for now.
Right.
So we can talk about it more later. Great.
Oh, and we will.
Oh, we will.
Any other questions or comments on there?
No.
Okay, great. So moving right along into extractive use types, This is underneath mining and processing. The director has previously made an interpretation, and there was actually an administrative appeal that was before the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors in 2001 that related to this very issue. And at that time, the water extraction for bulk sale, whether being from a wellspring or water course or any other source that's not a district, was treated as mining and processing and subject to those regulations, which requires a major use permit. As currently written, a use permit moving forward in all zoning districts. So staff is really seeking to codify that interpretation that had been done by the director in the past.
I had a question about that for you, Julia, because I know that the board had done quite a bit of work on this, maybe a year or more's worth of work on this. Is this all that's going to happen with it, or are we expecting a separate ordinance to come forward about water extraction?
Great question. So this is codifying the current classification of the use. The board has given direction for the staff working with County Counsel's office to review the ordinance that was drafted by members of the public for further regulation of groundwater extraction. That's not part of this packet in front of you. It would come forward as a separate ordinance amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Just a question on extractive use types. How do we define bulk sales from a well?
Great question. So we have typically looked at anything that is either like water trucks coming to the property, which is the primary thing that we'd see, or even things like bottling plants, things like that would all be falling underneath there.
Okay, so packaging for retail sale would still qualify as a bulk sale?
Correct.
Thank you. Sure that was the case.
Should we include that in the definitions? What that bulk sale would be in definitions if we're going to utilize it in this section?
Brilliant.
I've added it to my notes.
Great, thank you. All right.
Okay, so moving along, unless there's any other questions or comments. Okay, great. So now we're into establishment of zoning districts. So this really is, again, more of a cleanup that we're seeing done. We're merging a couple chapters together here. So we have the establishment of the zoning districts, listing all of those, including the 3 new zoning districts. The 2 new zoning districts. The MU2 general mixed use was previously adopted. It just was never added to this list. So we're cleaning that item up. Then we have also merged in, there was previously a separate chapter, 20.220, which had the compatibility chart between zoning and general plan. We've moved that into this table, and so that there's no changes to the compatibility between the different districts. It's just moving it into this chapter and in a slightly different format. So I'm going to breeze through there. Then also combining districts. We've updated this, just describing more so what a combining district is, and then updating, adding districts that had not previously been added to this chapter that were previously adopted, including the cannabis accommodation, community character combining district, and cannabis prohibition districts. Updating reference to the planned development district to say PD rather than PO, and then adding the resort commercial combining district, and then also seismic study combining district. And as you can see by the list, there was a lot that were missing from here to begin with. So there's no new combining districts being added. This is just reflective of the recommendations from staff for combining districts to be repealed and those which are to remain. And then finally, we added some clarifying language regarding determining uncertain boundaries as it relates to zoning district boundaries, and just really referring to the fact that any determination made by the director can be appealed to the Planning Commission. Underneath item C below that, we did remove this discussion that was a little bit unclear on how someone could do a determination by the commission, and so really we think that that's best suited to be handled through an appeal from the director to the director's determination to the Planning Commission.
Can I just make a suggestion for timeliness? And that is, Julia, I love your recap, but we've all read this already. And maybe just to make this go a little faster, I mean, rather than recapping what you did, we could just go to each page and say, were there any questions? Were there any comments? Just because it's already 12 and we're on page 49 of 300 and some odd pages.
You got it. Okay. Each chapter. Yes, we'll do it by chapter.
We could do it by chapter.
Yeah.
Yep.
Great.
So,
And you don't have to summarize because we already read it all.
okay, great. Well, then, sorry, I tend to go a little bit more detailed. So.
I just have a question on this particular topic, and then I'm all in favor of the new proposed process. And this is on 20.040.25, the determination of uncertain boundaries. And section C is the scale of the map. It says determination by commission. Is that saying that in the heading of this chapter says that these determinations are made by the director of planning and building, and that they're then like appealable to the planning commission, but the title of this one, scale of map, is determination by commissions? Does that mean that that particular portion is always determined by the commissions, or that is something that is appealable to the commission?
I think we could take out that determination by commission language in the title, because it would be the director making a determination which is appealable to the commission.
Right. Okay,
so
I just wanted to be
we can go
clear.
ahead and strike that as
Thank
well.
you.
So let me just make sure that that's clear.
Good catch.
I also had a question actually on E, on the staff's determination on that being stricken from this section. Is it because it's kind of redundant, or wondering?
Yes, there's not actually procedures written up in a pathway to have essentially, if further uncertainty exists, that the planning commission, upon a written application or its own motion, and really because you would be looking at, the commission would already look at this based on an appeal. So you would have that opportunity to review as well.
Thank you for the clarity. I just wanted to kind of get the
It was redundant.
I figured. I was just wondering.
All right, should we move on to chapter 20.0044? Any questions from any of the commissioners on this chapter? Comments? I just had one, and again, at this point, given the direction that the commission seems to be making recommendation is that in this section, the low-intensity camping does not appear in the uses subject to an administrative permit. And I guess I just want to make sure that if this goes through, that there is consistency and coherence throughout all of these sections.
There would be. So if, say, at a future date, the commission would want to separate by zoning districts what type of permitting levels would be required, then we would adjust those accordingly. The reason it was listed as permitted was because, as originally drafted by staff, it could have been subject to a business license, and then for a single campground with then additional sites subject to discretionary permits. So it sort of works in tandem with the table that was in 20.176, but again, we'll come back to that at a future date. It sounds like.
So I had a question on page 51, A and B under minimum lot area. I'm not sure if there's a conflict, because the A says for parcels within water and sewer districts, and then B says for parcels within water and sewer districts, and there's different lot sizes, so I was confused.
Well, I had the same confusion, but I think it's the first one, A, is within water and sewer districts, B is within a water or a sewer district. Is that
Correct.
the correct
Yes.
distinction?
Oh, good.
Yeah.
And you'll see that repeated throughout numerous chapters, yes. This was really to align with what is covered underneath the general plan and required underneath there, as well as regulations for subdivision as well.
Okay. Any other questions under this chapter? All right, moving on, the next chapter in the packet is 20.048. Any questions or comments from commissioners on this chapter? Great, thank you. All right. 20.052, agricultural districts. Any questions or comments from commissioners?
I guess I had a weird question.
Oh, great.
I don't know if it matters or not. I see that you're adding animal raising personal all over the place, and I'm wondering if you're adding animal raising personal everywhere where animal raising general agriculture is allowed, why don't we just include personal within general agriculture definition?
Great question. It's because animal raising personal is also allowed in some of the smaller residential districts, because it has a higher limit on it. So it still is a separate use type, which I think is appropriately left separate. But we just added it because it was odd that it wasn't included when you allowed the higher intensity use.
Okay.
Any other questions on that chapter? Okay.
Maximum dwelling unit density on page 59. I noticed that you don't have ADUs in there, and maybe that's on purpose, just making sure that it's on purpose.
It is on purpose
Okay.
because in the ADU chapter, it says it's exempt from density standards.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions?
Nope.
Okay. Moving on to subchapter 060, rangeland districts.
Excuse me, we skipped 056,
Oh, we did. Look it up.
which is upland residential.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Where you live? That's not where I live, actually, but it's fine. That's why I jumped right to rangeland. I don't want to get to where I
I
live.
had one question on 20.056.030, maximum dwelling density. Can you explain that?
Yes, so the general plan
how you-
allows, it allows one single family per legally created parcel because you may have a property zoned upland residential with a 20-acre minimum parcel size, but it's really 10 acres in size. So it's making it clear that you are allowed a single family home on any legally created parcel. And then construction of more than one single family dwelling can possibly be permissible with either being permitted underneath the family residential dwelling group or family residential cluster development, and then being consistent with the density standards listed below that. So one housing unit per 20 or 40 acres.
Thank you.
Any other questions under upland residential? Okay. Moving on to rangeland. I had a question on this one, if nothing else. So this is under the last section in here, the lot splits in agricultural preserves for farm worker housing. One, I think the term farm worker housing should probably be struck at this point, or is there a reason that it's preserved there and not elsewhere throughout?
I left it preserved in there, and it still has definitions that relate it to the agricultural employee as well in our definitions chapter, so that way it's not separately considered. And primarily, I just don't want to conflict with anything in that government code section regarding farm worker or agricultural employee housing. I think with the ties we made in the definitions that there shouldn't be any confusion amongst staff with the terminology that's there.
Okay. And then one other question, and this is on that same subsection in section E, that the parcel to be sold or leased is contiguous to one or more parcels that are located within a designated urban service area. Where are these urban service areas that are adjacent to Williamson Act parcels?
Another great question. This would be something that we would look at underneath government code provisions to see if we have any areas that qualify for that. I'm not immediately coming to mind that we have many, other than if you were, say, close to the city of Ukiah area here, or some areas of Redwood Valley as well. As an example, like underneath the Census Bureau, urban clusters is a terminology that they use underneath there or have in the past. And the only areas that we have that are in that type of urban designation are right around Ukiah and into Redwood Valley, Brook Trails area, just outside the city of Fort Bragg.
Okay. I guess I'm just looking, I mean, the list of conditions that have to be met to do one of these lot splits is fairly restrictive, given all these other conditions that have to be met. And if that, and I'm curious, is this a requirement of some state law that the urban service area has to be included in there?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, the section that's being referred to, the government code section, it's in the Williamson Act. This is only applying to those parcels that are under a contract, and it's referring to that section, those requirements. I think it's just copying and pasting them over.
Okay.
So
those requirements are listed by the Williamson Act itself. Okay, great. Because when I read that, I was like, I don't know if there's going to be any parcels in our county that meet all of these requirements, so why are we?
I will say in my 10 years so far with the county, I have not had any applications come in underneath this provision. So.
Okay, all right. Any other questions on rangeland? Okay, moving along to the forest land district section. Starts on page 69. Nope, okay. Thanks for the salmon-colored sheets in between the chapters again. Yeah. Okay.
I think I have something on page, nope, I don't.
Okay. Great. All right, we're into TPZ, Timberland Production Zoning District. Any questions or comments from commissioners?
Just that it's very weird to have a low barrier navigation center in Timber Resources zoning district, but I understand why. It's just weird.
I mean, the whole term low navigation center is weird, so. All right, okay, moving along then to R1 Single Family Residential District. Any questions or comments from the commissioners on this section? Okay, R2. Well, did you want R1? I didn't skip it, I just did it, but you were chatting. Okay,
I'm stuck, my pages are
okay,
sorry.
yeah.
So we're on R2, page 81.
Yes. And if I'm trying to track on both, also on the combined memo. If I blow past something that you made a revision on in there, please stop me so that we can look at that. Okay. Yeah, R2. Okay. R3. All right.
I have just one weird comment.
Great.
No, it's a general comment of calling things single-family residential. It's a little bit discriminatory in our current world environment, and in Fort Bragg, we just went to residential unit. So it's just something to think about because there's so many different kinds of blended families. I don't know. It's an old term. I get it, that everybody's comfortable with it, but it's a little bit outdated.
Like master bedroom.
Yeah, I think that might be something that we could talk about doing as a cleanup item at a future date as well, and looking at changing, because it'd be changing terminology across many, many different sections.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's just an
I understand.
old school language.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Well then, moving along to MU2, the General Mixed Use District.
We were at rural community.
Rural communities.
Call for that.
I'm
It's
ready.
20.084.
Okay, great, thank you. Rural Communities District. I was just pressing it there. I knew no one had anything. Okay. General Mixed Use District, MU2.
I had one question, I guess. And again, I'm sorry, it's just a general comment. Like, I'm used to units per acre instead of minimum lot size, and I don't know that they always correspond with each other. And it might be interesting to add, like, what is the units per acre on each of these multifamily zoning districts, to the degree that you have them?
This is 29.04 units per acre. Wanted to know underneath the, it comes out of the general plan land use classifications have the units per acre.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rather than in the zoning district.
Correct.
Yeah, I didn't know where to look.
And sorry, just to be clear, that's in the Ukiah Valley Area Plan, which is related to the general plan.
Okay, any other questions on MU2? All right, moving along to the MUNS, Mixed Use North State District. New exclamation point.
Wait, I had a question on the general mixed use commercial.
General Mixed Use wait.
Yeah, but I'm on page 95.
Oh, okay, let's go back. You had a page on 95?
I was just, and this is just a thing, right? Ambulance services and fire police protection services, we all love them, but they make a lot of noise. And I'm wondering why that particular use type isn't in a use permit category. And then I'm also wondering why, like, community recreation, I guess that could be admin. So that was my main question. Yeah.
Commissioner Wiedemann, we can't hear you with your mic off.
I'm referring to B, ambulance services, fire and police protection services.
So the use type, so this zoning district chapter was added to the code in 2015, I believe it was, under a 2014 ordinance amendment number. And the use types that are included were determined based upon the land use designation as described within the Ukiah Valley Area Plan.
Got it.
So that's why you see that they wanted to allow for ambulance, fire, and police protection services. There is still that it'd be subject to an administrative permit, which will have a public hearing component to it as well. So it provides that opportunity for if neighbors are concerned about any potential noise impacts, and allows for that discretionary review under a CEQA lens as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Babini?
So I did make a note to myself, and I don't know if it's pertinent. Within the city of Ukiah, we ran into issues with some of the mixed use with the new Redwood Credit Union that they were trying to construct on the corner of Perkins and Main, where there was concern from citizens for the particular commercial use below because there was concerns of a residential use above a bank for safety purposes. And so I wasn't sure if in this section it said that there must be a residential use associated since it's mixed use, or if it could be, you know, like workspace above, like.
That it's still considered commercial.
Okay.
You can still do it.
Okay.
It's not considered mixed use.
And there is a pathway underneath this zoning chapter and the two other mixed use districts where you can do a single use project. You're just subject to a discretionary permit review process.
Okay.
So
I
it
just
is
wanted to
possible
make
do
sure,
that.
because I know that it was a very large uproar at city council when it came to folks not wanting to have residences above a bank because they were concerned for life safety. Robberies come through.
And then I have a follow-up question. On page 96, you have a minimum non-residential use of 0.3 FAR. And I'm just assuming that's because you're requiring mixed use.
Yes, and it's also from the Ukiah Valley Area Plan.
Okay.
Yes.
It just seemed a little random because
Yes.
it's like.
It's just
Okay.
implementing the land use
Got it.
designation, yeah.
Okay, any other questions on general mixed use? All right, then moving on to the mixed use North State Street District.
I'll just have one other comment here, and this is a general comment. So landscaping overall, you don't have any reference to the mellow regulations around landscaping of 1 acre or more anywhere. Do you do that at the county?
Yes, it's in Title IX of
Okay,
County
different
Code.
title.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Sorry.
That's a great question, and yes, it's in Title IX. Our solid waste division of Department of Transportation brought that forward a number of years ago, and we're subject to that, and we do the annual reporting.
Okay, cool.
I had something really quick, top of page 103 under intent. The second sentence seemed a little run-on-y to me, so I wanted to propose a period after open space and then a new sentence, single-use development is discouraged. And then I had something also, 107, the mixed-use development review, and this is more of a philosophical question, I think, because I'm less familiar with the potential for mixed-use development on North State Street. Like I'm not in the weeds with that one. So my question is this: I love the vision that comes forward through the development review and all these requirements. I don't want this to be an inclusionary housing thing where so much is required that we stifle mixed-use potential. So this is a question to people more familiar with that area than I am.
Well, and if I may just give context at first. So the Ukiah Valley Area Plan, when it was established, these are essentially mandatory requirements out of the Ukiah Valley Area Plan. So I think if the commission were considering making any changes to that, reasonably that would need to come back as also an amendment to the Ukiah Valley Area Plan.
Okay.
It couldn't just be done through the zoning regulations.
Moving along.
Moving
See,
on.
we're going to get out of here in time now.
All right.
Bush Street.
The Bush Street Triangle District.
Same question for Bush Street Triangle.
Or Brush Street
Brush
Triangle.
Street, thank you. Under the mixed-use compatibility standards. Again, wonderful standards. Is it doable?
It is also required.
Okay.
Yes. So I understand your comments, and I think, like that's something that would have to, it was addressed during the Ukiah Valley Area Plan. Many of these are actually, some were mitigation measures that came out of the environmental impact report on concerns of how this mixture of uses, how certain impacts could occur. So that's why you have this really robust review process as part of it. So, but at this time, no properties are zoned with either one of these designations because you're just considering creating these designations now. So there'll be additional review, obviously, with any property that proposes to rezone into this district, and as to the suitability for it. So.
Right. Any other questions or comments on that chapter?
Or which chapter are we on? Chapter limited commercial?
We're just about to start limited commercial.
Okay.
All right. Well, Commissioner Jones, you got some comments?
Well, I just have this comment, mobile home parks, 4,000 square foot minimum lot size. Like, how many mobile homes can you get on 4,000 square feet? It just, maybe two, maybe one. You have to have parking too. So it just seemed like a weird number to me. Like, do you have a minimum number of mobile homes for a mobile home park?
So it's the minimum lot area that actually came out of the general plan. So this is implementing the general plan commercial designation.
Okay, so
they had
in
a
other
separation.
in other words, if you have an acre,
Yeah.
each mobile home has to have 4,000 square feet on that acre.
Each, 1 unit per 4,000 square feet of lot area is what you could have.
Got it.
So we're saying, like, say you were to subdivide a property for the purposes of creating a mobile home park, you would have to have a minimum of 4,000 square feet, and essentially that would allow you to have one mobile home in the mobile home park.
Right, and if you're
so-
not subdividing the property, then it's still a standard that you would apply
Then you would
for
have
for the
one-
density of mobile homes.
Correct, exactly. Exactly. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification.
Any additional questions or comments on C1?
Just one more on C1, under commercial use types at the bottom of page 120. I would like to see gasoline sales require a use permit. Right now, it's just listed under an AP.
But when they decide, administrative plan could require a use permit.
So
I mean,
as
that's
it is
kind
right now, it would be subject to an administrative permit. Previously, it was subject to a minor use permit underneath the authority of the zoning administrator. So it still would go through a public hearing process, and the zoning administrator would have the ability to elevate that permit to consideration by the planning commission during that time. So, I just always want to be cautious about moving the uses around. It still is a discretionary permit that's required underneath the administrative permit process.
Sure, I'm just thinking about a number of, neighborhoods that I'm familiar with that are residential in use, but have been rezoned C1, and to have a gasoline sales operation in a residential use, in a neighborhood, only requiring an administrative permit. When I think about the things that need to be elevated to the highest level of review, gasoline sales are on that list.
I'm with you.
Yeah, fine.
And I think you can move it. It's not a secret issue at all because you're requiring a higher level of review.
So then we'll go ahead and make note to change that to the use permit level, which would be under the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission.
And maybe put throughout the zoning ordinance, not just this one category, this one zoning category.
Maybe industrial's the exception?
Okay.
Sure. Do you think?
If I may, I would certainly have concerns if we're moving things from out of a principally permitted use type into a discretionary review process. But if it is already within a discretionary review process, increasing that level of permitting review, less concerning.
Understood.
Is it allowed as a permissive use type for activity in any?
Yes, in industrial zones, and then I believe actually in general commercial as well, but I need to verify. I want to verify that, which is the next chapter we're going to talk about. So,
well, we'll get to those.
So on C, going back to Allison, so are we actually removing it from the commercial use types? Because you also have cottage industries. So what are we making?
No, we're just moving it into Chapter 20-008-020, requiring a use permit. So just going sloop over to the next page.
Okay, great.
And I have one
That's
one
what I
more thing
was
to
trying
add
to-
on that too, since a lot of the C1, well, under a C1 property, permitted use is residential, and there's, many people living residentially on C1 properties. So I think with that, we should consider adding animal raising, unless there's anything about that.
I think that's fine. You want to do that as a permissible by right?
Permissive ag, I think.
Permissive.
I'm
by right.
unclear, Allison. Can you just- I was reading something.
Yeah, so on most of the zoning districts that we've been through already, on the residential districts,
Right.
we've added the animal raising personal. And since a good number of, it's not unusual to have a C1 property have a residential use. And because people live on those properties, allowing animal raising as an allowable use was what I was proposing.
It would be added under subsection D of the permitted uses
Yes.
portion of this.
Of this one, of the
Right.
limited
C1,
commercial.
Exactly.
So you're putting it where?
Right
here.
Yep. You're going to keep, oh, okay, you're going to put it right here.
Yep, makes
We have
sense.
Yeah, it does.
Consensus from the commission
I,
for
I
that?
agree with that.
Yeah, if you already can do animal sales and services, seems
Yeah.
like you should be able to do animal
Yeah, that's
raising.
right.
Okay.
Okay,
Great.
fine. I just needed to follow it.
Any concern from county council or
No.
We're talking while you were talking, to be entirely honest about that. So I might ponder that at a break. I'm just going to take a break at some point, given where we're at. But it's something I'll talk about with Julia is it reasonably comparable to what's in D? We're talking about impacts from allowed horticulture, row and tree crops. Is a handful of personal animals in the same boat, I think is the thought we're thinking about.
Only thing different might be flies.
Well, and we just want to think about it from a CEQA perspective too,
Yeah.
making sure that the addendum is still the appropriate environmental document when you start adding use types. So, yeah.
I don't want to hang it up over CEQA issues. I just know people
Well,
that
we'll
live on
review it on
C1
a break
properties,
and-
and it'd be nice for them to be able to have animals.
We can review it on a break and report back. Because household pets is still allowed, just so you know, that's an accessory use. It's just when we start talking about like livestock or rabbits and things like that. You're non-conventional, you're not your dogs and your cats, so.
chickens and bees? Rabbits.
All right, keep 'em moving.
All right, moving along. C2 General Commercial District. Questions or comments?
I guess to Allison's, I would like to see that as well on C for agricultural uses if we could, if we're going to change it on C1, change it in C2 for personal animal raising.
All right. That could be reviewed at the break as well.
And just to note that you have transient habitation campground on page 125 under C at the bottom of the page, but it's not red. So that if and when you take this out later, you don't accidentally.
Deputy County Council Matthew Kudrowski, that's regular campground as opposed to low-intensity camping, I think.
Duly corrected. Thank you.
All right, any other questions on C2? Commissioner Wiedemann?
I had on page 123, why are we just removing all the family, residential, multifamily description below? You're cutting it all out. Just, what was your...
Sure. So these restrictions that were there was really about you could still have two-family and multifamily development. It just limited how much you could do underneath a principally permitted use type versus what required an administrative permit review, and really in reducing those barriers to housing development, streamlining that process to be that you can build multifamily and just meet the other provisions of the zoning regulations that may be subject to multifamily housing.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on the C2? All right, moving on. Limited Industrial District.
A daycare facility and employee housing and assisted living residential care facilities seem weird here. I'm on page 127 just because you're creating opportunities for conflict.
Well, I believe the employee housing needs to be located in there because we pulled out, there used to be like an industrial caretaker activity, so.
And if I may, the assisted living, residential care, and daycare facility were already permitted accessory uses in this district, so it's not actually a change in what could have been done on this site. It would have been accessory to any residential or agricultural use type, which this district does allow under residential use types previously known as industrial caretaker housing, and then also and some agricultural use types as well.
Yeah, I don't doubt all that's true. I just still get back to you're just creating opportunities for conflict between land uses, like having residential use, especially assisted living and daycare, like those are both very sensitive uses. Old people and kids in an industrial zoning district then creates conflict later when someone wants to put an industrial use right next to them. That's one problem. And then the second problem is you're basically driving up the value of industrial land because now you can do residential development on it. So to me, it just seems, it makes me uncomfortable as a planner. It makes my teeth itch.
And I can understand concerns about conflict. There are some provisions around, especially, daycare facilities and also assisted living residential care facilities about not restricting the zoning districts in which these types of facilities can be located and treating them like similar residential use types. So it would actually be in the instance if you were not to permit these, you'd be taking away an opportunity that was already existing for these properties previously.
And it doesn't mean it's a wise business decision to open those facilities in those districts because of this. And I can see both sides of it.
And quite frankly, there's very limited properties within our county that are zoned industrial.
I just think you're creating future.
Commissioner Wiedemann?
I do think it's that is a conflict, in the sense of the we've had come before us conflicts with industrial work and uses nearby. And
I mean, I think part of the challenge that we're having here is the county, because you allow employee housing in every district, then housing is allowed in every district. So all the things that the state requires that you have with housing in every district then has to be in every district. So it's really, it's just a decision with consequences, that's all. And, at some point, someone's going to want to open up a gas station next to a daycare facility or who knows what, next to an assisted living facility, and let's say they've got a permitted right to do it. Then there's no recall for whoever lives in that assisted living facility. Like, what's permitted by right here? Recycling center, redemption center, swap meets, wholesale storage, construction, sales, and services. A lot of these are, louder uses.
If we take out the assisted living and the daycare facility, one, it does make the industrial district stronger, too, allowing less conflict. And like we say, we don't have a lot of it. And we have a lot of land uses outside of these industrial areas. I'd be in favor of removing those two.
I think if the majority of the commission wants to see that, we would have to look at it. It quite frankly might be a conflict with state law.
Oh, only because you have now employee housing that's allowed, whereas before you had caretaker housing, which was just one unit. So you've created the conflict.
No, it's still allowed with any residential use type. So being that in the caretaker housing is still a residential use type under our code, it would have been permissible. It is permissible today if somebody wanted to do a daycare facility or was previously called a family care home in the industrial district. So by removing it, you will be removing a use type that is currently permissible in the district.
I mean, that's part of what you do with zoning, is you try and make sure that you have compatible uses next to each other.
I'm wondering if we might earmark this one as a bigger discussion item. We were making good headway, because this is this is a little more meaty, and I think there's more to discuss on that one.
That makes sense.
Procedurally, I don't know, maybe we just come back to this later or something, but.
Also, just a quick question. When I'm always thinking about these things, it's kind of nice to do it not in the abstract. And is there an easy way through the county GIS system to sort by zoning type so we can see where are our industrial parcels? Like, what are we really talking about here?
You just look at the zoning map.
Right, but like, when I look at the zoning map, you can go look like at each individual parcel and see what they're all zoned. But is there a simple way to say, I just want to see where all the industrial parcels are, like a layer?
Of the layer. You just want to see a layer.
I mean, yes, certainly that is something that can be done. It's just toggling to search by that. But again, we have such a large county that you do really need to zoom in to particular areas.
Sure.
Where industrial zoning is shown, for example, around the city of Ukiah area is really not readable at a large scale.
Right. Okay, well, maybe for another time we can get some more GIS tutorials on how to do these things effectively. Okay, so we may come back. I think staff will be considering this perhaps at a break to provide us with some more feedback, and then we can decide whether we want to.
Yeah, and the same issues apply to the general industrial district too.
We're not there yet.
I know, but
I know, you're close, you're on to
Sorry,
go.
sorry,
Okay,
sorry.
any other questions on limited industrial districts? All right, moving on to general industrial districts, I hear that the same issue is under consideration there. Any other additional items that need consideration in that zoning district? All right, moving on to the Pinoleville Industrial District. I imagine perhaps the same questions arise there. Any other additional ones?
If I may, Pinoleville Industrial is different than the others in that single-family residential is a permissible use type. I would be more concerned about removing the allowances for a daycare facility or assisted living residential care facility in this district.
Yep.
Are you in agreement with that, Commissioner
I agree.
Jones? Great.
Plus, it's tribal lands. You get to decide what they want. Yep.
Yep. Great. Okay. All right, getting out of industrial into the open space district. Questions or concerns on this chapter? Okay. Public facilities district. Great. It's clear that the next chapter is proposed for repeal of the airport height combining district, and this is addressed through some revisions later. Any questions about that section being repealed? All right, the airport zoning combining district. 114.
I'm sorry, I'm stuck on open space just for clarification, if you don't mind.
Open space, that was.
Because there's no minimum lot area, but you're allowing single family. So how do you know what the density requirements are here?
It would be set by the general plan designation on it, which there's sometimes a mixture, but often it's public lands. But that is, was none required previously. There's none required at this time being proposed by staff.
So the general plan sets it, I'm sorry, none required. So I could go build like a multifamily thing on something zoned open space?
No, well, I mean, you can only do the permitted use types that are provided above, which does not include multifamily.
Well, employee housing.
So you could, but you would have to be subject to the standards within the Employee Housing Act, which sets limitations based upon the type of housing being done. And then subject to an AP, any sort of single-family residential is all subject to an administrative permit within the district.
And so it's just 1 unit per parcel? Per single family?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Kind of strange.
Anything else on open space? Okay. Public facilities.
Are we adding battery ESS?
It would fall under the major impact facilities as a permitted use for public facilities, I believe. Julia, since it was added into that use type, to be in there.
Yes, that's correct.
Great double checking everything. Okay. Anything else on public facilities? All right. The airport height combining district being repealed. The airport zone combining district, chapter 114. Questions, comments?
Nope.
Subchapter 116, cluster combining district. Questions, comments? All right, moving along. Subchapter 124, the isolated service combining district. Great. Next, mineral processing combining district.
Pardon me, just the 20.128 AV, the airport districts, which is proposed for repeal.
Yeah, we were all good with that.
Oh, good. Okay, sorry, I missed it. Sorry.
Yeah, if I'm moving too fast, anybody say whoa. Okay, so the mineral processing district, questions or concerns there? All right, the plan development combining district.
Wait, can we go back to minimal processing?
Sure.
Sorry.
I'm going too fast, sorry. Mineral processing, what do you got?
So everything in minimal processing is subject to a use permit?
Yes.
Okay. Make sure.
All right. Plan development combining district. No problem.
So does a plan development come forward to the planning commission, or is it an administrative permit?
It would be a use permit to the
Use
planning
permit,
commission.
okay. Usually PUDs require some sort of excellence in design or special protection of resources. It doesn't look like we have that in this. So I would suggest maybe, and if you want, when we can get to a break, I could try and draft some language, but in essentially what you're doing with a plan unit development combining district is giving somebody a zoning free ride. And I think if you're giving someone a zoning free ride, you know, exceptions to site limits, height setbacks, whatever, they should do something nice. So I think we should have some expectations, like maybe some findings, that the proposed PUD results in reduced environmental impacts and incorporates exceptional design as determined by the Planning Commission, something along those lines, so that we have a mechanism to request reasonable benefits to the community for the exceptions that are granted.
I concur.
There may be, just for the commission's consideration, I pulled on the screen here, item E, relation to natural features, which is really trying to get at making sure the plan development relates harmoniously with the topography of the site, preserving water courses, wooded areas, rough terrain. So it is really trying to also ensure that there's, you know, like the natural elements of a site are also preserved as part of that. And since this is subject to a use permit, the commission would also have that opportunity to weigh in about sort of the preservation component of those natural features.
But I think Commissioner Jones is saying that perhaps there should be some reference in here to the expectation that to be granted this exception, that there would have to be some
high quality design, exceptional design. I mean, the PUD for the city of Fort Bragg, for example, you know, you've got to come in there and show how your design reduces impacts to the environment and also has exceptional design. So,
and I think that's pretty
standard. That's very standard.
Right.
Is that an easy thing to insert, or is it a possible thing to insert? I'm seeing.
I think that we're going to have to discuss that during a break.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, less concerned about whether it's possible, whether it's easy, I don't know. It seems like a change on the fly, and at this point in time, this is something we want to bring back for a larger scale review of what a PD development is. If we're looking at this and saying, gee, this isn't doing a whole lot, is it, you know, if we can construct something quickly, is that really sufficient? I mean, would the commission want to do more than that? And we can certainly discuss that as part of a future amendment that probably is difficult to be doing right now. On the timing issue, that's.
Couldn't we just take one, let's say, take the city of Fort Bragg's or, you know, another agency? Or,
And come back to do that later. I think that's fine. Yeah, I just feel like if you're giving away something, you should get something.
Yeah, just like a couple of items for a quick hit list would be, you know, pedestrian facilities, low impact development.
Yep.
Like some more specifics. I like what's up there. It feels good. Relation to natural features feels good, but something a little more specific would be great.
All right. Okay, thank you, everybody. Are we good on plan development for now?
Yep.
All right. The next one is, again, this is proposed for repeal. This is the Special Hazards Combining District, and I believe that's because it never have any of them.
Not applied to any properties.
Right.
But if we did.
They're out of luck. So the next is also another chapter proposed for repeal, the supplemental limitation on uses. Questions or comments about that? Okay. The next is the general provisions and exceptions district.
I had a couple of items on page 171. And I had mentioned this last week at our meeting, top of page 171G, uncovered decks or porches shall observe a 5-foot setback. And with the ADUs, or a 5-foot setback, and with ADUs, I believe it was a 4-foot setback. And I was thinking about this from a neighbor's perspective, because setbacks are for neighbors. And it's like, okay, so certain setbacks are 4 and certain setbacks are 5, and it can get confusing. And can we bring these into alignment? Just a thought. Also, on the matrix down below, table 20.152A, I was looking at that, also page 171, that table down there, and it's required front yard maximum height of fencing of 3.5 feet. So I think we all know why, you know, 8-foot fences in a front yard aren't great for the neighborhood. And not even necessarily safe for the neighborhood. But you've all probably also seen this phenomena of people trying to create these like awesome living spaces, like outdoor living areas, outdoor courtyards in a portion of the front yard. So it's not the entire street frontage that has a higher fence, but it's a portion where they've created this like awesome outdoor living room in the front yard. Have you seen it? Do you know what I'm talking about? And it seems like a trend. It seems like the way people are enjoying their front yards. I'm wondering if there's a way that we can allow for a height higher than 3.5 feet only on like a certain percentage of the frontage.
I think that if we were looking to do that, I would suggest that come back as a separate amendment at a future date to really allow for that review, because also we're talking about site distance issues as well. So really it would probably require that we have some consultation with our county Department of Transportation, possibly even California Department of Transportation, because the 3.5 feet is really to provide so you can have site distance coming
Good
out
point.
of a driveway.
Good point.
So while I think it could be something moving with the trends to have regulations for, I think it might require a little bit more thought than what I think we can reasonably do today or in a short period of time. So.
I do agree with that, only because I have small children who are under 3 feet, and if people are coming out, you can't see their heads walking down the street if it's higher than that.
So on page 170, I'm having a trouble exempting swimming pools and hot tubs from setback requirements. Just for obvious reasons. I need to say why. Maybe can we at least have a 5-foot setback requirement for swimming pools and hot tubs?
Sure, I'll give a little bit of context. That exception was already included in the accessory use regulations previously. Staff just moved it to this section. So if you're changing it, then there are going to be a number of non-conforming swimming pools and hot tubs that already have no setback requirement. Yes. Yes.
So is it good to have more going forward, just because we're not willing to make something I don't know, it just seems strange to me of all the things to exempt from a setback requirement.
You know, as District 2, where we have these right outside the city, would also maybe have this come back with further discussion, just because I think it's hard for us to make a quick decision. Yeah.
Okay. And just on that, I just wanted to make sure there was clarity of direction on the uncovered decks and porches of the 5-foot setback. And for the ADUs, we had the 4-foot setback. Is the commission okay with just using a 4-foot setback as a general standard? Was the 4-foot setback for the ADUs, is that something mandated by
State law.
State law.
So it would feel like maybe we should just have that conformity, that distance throughout. Does
That,
feel
that was
appropriate?
my thought, just so that everybody understands the setback is 4 feet. And I'm also, I almost feel like an ADU might be a bigger impact to a neighbor than a deck.
So,
And of course, there's exceptions to everything that I say, but yeah, I would support 4 feet for everything. And think about also too, as we're moving toward higher density housing, smaller lot housing, suddenly we're making these backyards that are already small, and this is like the right thing to do, right? The higher density housing, backyards and front yards that are already small becoming less and less and less usable. So I think we have to balance that against neighbor nuisance, and I was thinking 4 feet might be the sweet spot.
So if I may, it would just be more than just the uncovered decks and porches. So what I have up on the screen here would also be F, the detached garage, detached storage shed would move to 4 feet.
That's fine.
If you want to do it consistently across the
Yep.
board.
Yep.
Then the uncovered decks and porches would also move to 4 feet under G. And then this would be a question as well. Under H, there's requirements regarding barns and stables. And for lots that under H2, lots that are less than 40,000 square feet in size, it requires that they're located on the rear 1/3 of the property and currently written not less than 5 feet from any side or rear property lines.
Doesn't it say 50 feet?
No, 5 feet from any side or rear property line, and then 40 feet from any dwelling. Sorry, I'm looking at H2, not 1, 2.
Oh, H2, okay.
Yeah.
That work for the commission? Okay.
Was that consistent?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I captured all the areas.
And really, I just did a quick Google search on that front yard fence height limit, and it seems pretty standard throughout California to have it be 3 to 4 feet. We're right at 3.5 feet right now for that sightline distance issue. So maybe a solution to that, which we don't need to figure out today, is that if somebody wants to do a fenced-in private courtyard, that would have to have a greater setback from the street to allow for the sightline. So possible solution there.
So I'm a little concerned that we have a 100-foot setback for veterinary facilities, but only a 50-foot setback for barns with horses that are not owned by a veterinary. It just seems a little bit weird, so maybe we can make it a 50-foot for the veterinary as well.
Anybody okay with that? Oh, you're currying the vet vote all of a sudden. All right. Yeah.
Consistency vote.
I hear you. I hear you.
Okay, consistency.
Okay.
All right.
Great. Any other questions or comments on section?
So I do have another comment on page 173.
Yes.
Page 173. We have wind generators of over 100 feet not requiring a variance. And to me, that seems problematic in that it's so blanket. Like, really, if someone puts a wind generator right next to my house and it's 100 feet and I can do nothing about it. So I'm uncomfortable with the 100-foot wind generators without having to get some sort of variance for a height exception, because they actually are loud.
Mm-hmm. I'm fine with that, and that also reminds me of the Farm Bureau's comments as well, that there's the distinction between the ag windmills pumping water and
windmills that are
generators,
making
turbines.
power.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. So that might be something that we tease out, I don't know, in definitions or somehow make that distinction.
If I can understand, so is the desire to strike the exception that's written there from height exceptions for
Yep.
wind towers?
Yep.
And was that a majority of the commission that I
So-
saw? Saw two.
So by striking it, what are we actually?
So then someone would have to ask for a variance,
Right.
put in a wind generator.
Of any
size.
No, of any size that's greater than the height limit in the district.
Uh-huh.
And the Farm Bureau's point is that there is more than one type of wind generator. There's the electrical generator, and there's the pumping one.
The gasoline.
Which I think,
Propane.
I think they were saying that they wanted to have a greater leeway and exemption for that because that's for ag purposes.
I mean, there's the little teeny wind generator you can put on your rooftop.
Yeah.
You know, that's going to be within your height limit to power your own house. I'm
But-
talking about something that's bigger than that.
But the ag, it wouldn't come under the corridor here. That would be in a different category.
Sorry, that's what they're asking for as a
Distinction. So wind generators, we kind of want to have two definitions. One's ag, one's power generation. And then for power generation, if you're greater than the height limit in your district, then you should get a variance.
But we're saying for the water pumping pool windmill type, still allow that to happen without a variance?
I'm not sure you would need a variance for the old school water type pumping windmill because those are not that high.
Well, I mean, the height limitations in a lot of these districts are fairly low. I mean,
35 feet.
35 feet.
35 feet, that's probably enough.
I don't know.
You know, I'm thinking more, you know, what happens on like the vineyards when they have their big
But that's-
generated operated fan.
That's not a wind generator.
Correct.
No.
That's not a wind generator.
No, it's not a generator. Right. So this is really just
How about,
pumping
I have
water.
a different idea.
Yeah.
How about if we change this for height inspections, instead of saying a variance is not required, say that a use permit is required for any of these exceptions to the height limits? Because a use permit is much easier to get than a variance. And it's still coming to the planning commission, it's going through the same process, and it just makes it a little bit, I don't know, it's just an idea.
I would say it's not something that I think I can respond to on the fly here, but
That's fair.
I would have some concerns with subjecting some of the other categories in here to a use permit requirement, such as those for things like public utility structures and antennas.
I have, you know, on the 2152.025 height exception, you know, we're putting in electrical transmission lines and towers, basically, don't have limitations. And I know we have limitations, obviously, in the coastal zone. But my question is, do we really want to say no limitations on these kind of utility, like cell towers and stuff? That's kind of how I read this. I think we've crossed that bridge several meetings where it became an issue for people.
Well, I think so. There's several different buckets there. I mean, you
Okay.
have, you know, like cell towers. There's the design guideline regulations around cell towers as well that require certain setbacks based upon the height, and then that does always go through a discretionary permit review process for new towers. But you know, some of these items, you know, I'm just always leery of when we're deleting allowances that are currently provided underneath the code, and about whether or not individuals have really had an opportunity to weigh in on that as well.
But if we say there is no there's no limitation, and then a cell tower comes in their own, we have its own overlay of jurisdiction, when the companies say, wait a minute, your whole county doesn't have limitation.
There's still required findings that have to be made, so it's not that they're just entitled to a particular height of a structure.
Okay. Satisfied-ish.
Still not satisfied.
Okay.
Still don't
Yeah, I don't think I
it's
have solid
okay.
direction on how
So,
to move forward.
I don't feel like it's okay to just allow wind generators of 100 feet next to somebody without any kind of process.
I think I'm with you. It sounds like, Director Krog, are you going to try and workshop this a little bit and bring something back to us that addresses the concerns of the commission and the distinction that was raised by Farm Bureau?
Yeah, it would, unlikely to be today, so
Right.
we would want to talk about what a continued hearing may look like.
I think given the time and how much we still have to get through and I have an absolute drop dead must leave at 2:00 thing, and there's been a request for a 10-minute snack break. So I think that it's likely that we'll get through, hopefully we can get through all this and then get feedback back from staff to consider at our next meeting, and we can make a recommendation to the board.
Do you want to just take a few minutes here to talk about next, after break? Okay, we'll do it after break.
Yeah. Okay, let's just finish this chapter. Anything else?
Sorry, I have one
No,
more thing.
Commissioner Jones, don't be sorry.
So we have barbed or raised concertina wire prohibited. I'm assuming this would be in all zoning districts, and I just wonder if that would be appropriate in the ag district where I know barbed wire is used quite a bit.
Where do you see this?
On the top of 173E.
But what about getting rid of barbed? Barbed wire is used for animal control, whereas concertina and razor wires
used for people control.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why.
That's what she's saying.
Well, what this is saying is that you should, if we get rid of the razor, that basically says that you can use razor wire, but you can't use barbed wire. I
Yeah,
think what we
she's
wanted-
just speaking not exactly perfectly, but you guys mean the same thing.
Exactly. We're meaning the same thing.
You mean the same
So
thing.
we're asking for barbed wire
To be struck. To be struck from this thing.
Yes, that makes sense.
Or maybe at least to be struck unless it's in consultation with animal keeping. And animal keeping, frankly, can sometimes be a couple horses in someone's 1 acre pasture that they don't want to electrify a fence that big.
You feeling good about that? Deputy County Counsel?
Sorry, like I reached first. I think we're just taking direction at this point, and we have to come back with thoughts after the fact. One of the things I think I will pose is, again, apologies for this coming late in the cycle, and we will probably come back with recommendations on what we think is an easy fix right now versus not. I think Director Krog made a good point on what we're changing now where people are not paying attention to it. If it wasn't a change before, do we want to come back as part of a package, or though it is more called out in the future? That's the Commission's discretion.
Thank you. Okay.
We're taking a break?
Well, that's real quick.
I think we keep going.
Okay, well, that's, yeah, I want to honor the needs of staff too. Are you required by, by your bodily needs or by any directive from on high that you need to take a lunch break?
Yeah, I think if there could be like a 10 or 15-minute break, that would be probably good for
Can I make a
staff.
suggestion? If we're going to go past 2, maybe we could order pizza so we could all eat something, because I'm not going to last if I don't eat something.
I can't go past 2.
No, he's going to end, I think. He's ending.
I'll be walking out the door at 2, so if I need to pass the gavel, so be it, but.
So maybe now is a good time to talk about schedule here. So,
Great.
So I think if the chair needs to depart by 2 o'clock, I mean, it's 12:40 now. Reasonably, do you want to go until 1 o'clock and then we just break at that point and consider going to a different, like continuing the matter at that time to a future agenda timeline? Yeah.
They're all management, doesn't matter.
Okay.
All right. Well, I guess I just want to be clear. So I want to be cognizant of the timeline that you all are under in terms of getting this back to supervisors. I mean, I don't know, maybe it is unrealistic. We are on page 176 of 313. We have been zipping through some chapters. I know I've got a lot more flags though coming up in the not too distant future. So it seems unlikely that we will get through this entire packet by 2 o'clock. When would available slots be for this body to meet again, still within your?
Either August 8th or August 15th.
Okay.
I will not be here August 15th.
So August 8th, we confirmed this room is available, which is next week on Thursday.
Would other commissioners be available on August 8th?
I'm unavailable August 8th.
May I, just before we lock in August 8th or 15th, I think we should keep going. I think we should let the chair leave, let the 4 of us go through the rest of the package as much as we can. And if we need to take a half hour or an hour lunch break, we will. But let's just do a whole day's.
I kind of agree with that, over coming over again next Thursday, just because it's, 3 hours of driving each time I come over here, so.
I also am not able to go much longer than 2 o'clock today. I hit my limits with it, and I'm not useful at all. So I would not be opposed to a commission of 3 continuing with it, because I don't want to hold up progress. I just know that don't function after this many hours of brain this way, and I think it's fair to the public for me to bow out.
I'm happy to stay past 2, but I would request a lunch break for myself because I have not eaten yet today. I need something to keep my brain working.
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
I would continue.
Okay, great.
Because we can, what we'll do is earmark the areas that we know are issues, and y'all meet again, we'll come back.
I do believe one of the larger sections that we previously discussed last time was the ADU section, so I'm not sure if that's a lot of your earmarks since that hasn't come up yet.
And if you don't mind, we would just like to take at least a 5 to 10 minute bio break, if that would be acceptable.
Great.
Okay.
Let's take a 5-minute bio break, and we'll come back and get our heads around who's staying when and when we're coming back.
Thank you.
Great.
So for the 3 of us who are staying, should I just order like a pizza for everybody? You have lunch. You have lunch.
How long are
You live right.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera. Ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo, y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos. Y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her.
Of that wipe. Okay. So just to look at our process at this point. So it does look like I will be departing the meeting and handing the gavel over to the vice chair. Commissioner Purnell will also be leaving. We will be required to come back because staff has a number of changes that they have to incorporate from today's meeting. We have the options of the 8th and the 15th available. The 15th would be our normally scheduled Planning Commission meeting. Sounds like could 4 of us be present at that meeting? Commissioner Jones, Commissioner Purnell on the 15th? Great.
So I was kind of pondering if I had any additional comments, I'm more than happy to write, like Commissioner Jones did, any other recommendations that I had for things that had not been discussed previously for that 15th meeting.
Yeah, and I think I would do the same if there's additional comments that I have not yet voiced by the end of today's meeting. I guess the question is, does it make sense for us to continue with this process for some period of time right now to provide as much as we can, and then anything we don't get to, we will provide in writing, so that hopefully at the meeting of the 15th, staff has received all of the proposed revisions that the commission wishes to provide at that point, and we can do that and hopefully make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors at that time.
Also,
go ahead.
Also, we can ask staff, we'll do this. The rest of the hour and a half, 2 hours, whatever we cover, we'll get a red, yellow line from staff, just like this.
Yes.
And we would ask that any commissioners that are not able to continue today, you watch the remaining part of the meeting, and then state that when we reconvene.
Can do. Deputy County Counsel, any other considerations from your perspective that you want to make sure we incorporate?
Not at this time. We'll have a motion at some point in terms of how to handle the end of this meeting. And I agree, if people want to send in comments in writing, they can do that. Obviously, those will get posted as a public comment to the page in that regard, and staff would work to address those and then discuss those at the next meeting we had in terms of why those are being put forward.
Okay, great.
Good plan, Chair.
Okay, great. Let's make it happen. All right, moving on. The next section that I have here is cottage industries. Any questions or comments about cottage industry? Did I? Oh,
Yep, density bonus, 174.
So I did. Oh, wait. Oh,
Sorry,
no.
152, that language is struck.
Yeah, so the density bonus section is all...
I get that it's struck. The state does have a density bonus law, and I would recommend instead of striking it entirely, you have a very short section that just says, as in compliance with state density bonus law.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, it's in a new section, 234.
Oh, cool.
Chapter.
Didn't know that.
Okay. Thanks, Commissioner Jones. Okay, are we good to move on to cottage industries then? Okay, very well. Any questions or comments on this section? The only one, and I asked this question last time, again, it was a definition question, and maybe again another definition to add, and this is in the travel trailer or camper, section L. The travel trailer or camper should be in dead storage. I asked what the definition of that was, and you provided it, but it isn't provided elsewhere in here, so if that could be added into the definition section perhaps.
Sorry, that's an accessory uses,
Yeah, that is.
164?
Oh, shoot, you're right. Yep, okay, I skipped right over a salmon sheet. Okay.
Just wanted to make sure I
Thank
wasn't
you,
missing it
thank
in
you.
cottage,
No, I
okay?
appreciate it, thank you. Anything else in cottage industry? Okay, great. Accessory use regulation, yeah, that's where that definition would be helpful. Anything else in the accessory use regulation?
Hang on a second.
Yeah, well, I'll hold.
So I guess you have the same issue with windmills and silos. ADU should include JADU if you want it to be.
There's a separate JADU
Oh, is
lower
there?
down in the list.
Did you have anything else, Commissioner?
It has wild animal keeping as a really new category, which I've not seen yet. But not personal animal keeping. So P, wild animal keeping. I don't know, that just seemed stuck out for me. That was it.
Under, okay, page 183, item K, room and board, I believe, strike major in major.
Thank you.
And under section O, roadside sales of agricultural products, I believe that we want to add the RC zoning district, rural community, just because the intent of that district is really to spur economic development, kind of like a limited commercial residential district. It's very much in line with the intent. Under O, roadside sales of agricultural projects, it's basically like a farm stand, just allowing that in the RC district. I have a lot of RC in the 3rd district, and it actually blows my mind that that's not an allowed use. See?
So I guess on O, does that mean, and maybe I'm reading this, is that an allowed use in the commercial districts as well, or no, if it's not listed here as an accessory use? Yeah.
It's accessory to residential and agricultural uses. So all these are accessory to residential and agricultural. So anywhere you have a residential use in any zoning district, you can do any of these.
Okay. The only reason I ask is because I know there's quite a few C2s that have residences on them that maybe want to do, you know, sell flowers, eggs, something along that line. So I just wanted to make sure that it was included in there.
So if I may clarify, this O, the roadside sales of agricultural products, you'll see the districts that it's allowed within are listed at the end of it. So suburban residential, rural residential, ag, upland residential, rangeland, forestland, and timber production.
So I would request then that we include C1 and C2, since the residential use is allowed on some of those, that we allow that use on those zones as well for C1 and C2.
And I will review that, but I think part of the reason why it may not be included is often things like retail sales would be permitted.
Okay.
So you would be able to still sell not just the products limited to those grown on the site, but do general retail sales as well.
Okay.
I'll review that and we'll come back on it.
Thank you.
Do you see any issue with adding RC to that?
I think sort of the same thought process. I would want to look to see whether or not it's actually necessary to do, given what may be the other permitted use types in that district.
Thank you.
Do we have specific standards for roadside sales anywhere in the code?
So you mean in terms of
like how they're set up, how many square feet? Like
this
anything?
is regulated to no more than 200 square feet, and not nearer than 15 feet to any street or highway.
And only products produced on the premises.
Yes.
The only reason I guess I was thinking it would be different is sometimes that is a rented long-term unit that maybe the resident on that commercial property may want to sell something that may not be the commercial use that the property owner for the commercial use has. So it could be a separate selling that wouldn't necessarily be the commercial use. So say the residents had 3 chickens and they're selling eggs on the side of the road on that property, if it would be then.
We'll come back on that.
Okay, thank you. Anything else in this section?
Nope.
Okay. All right, this is the new accessory dwelling unit and junior accessory dwelling unit. I believe we covered this one at length last time.
And refer to the memo, the one in the memo.
Yeah. Was there any comments on the memo about this section? I'd like to provide.
No comments on the memo, but I did have a comment that I don't think I shared last week. It's on under purpose and intent. And this is really one of those modernization issues that Commissioner Jones was referring to earlier, where we talk about the purpose of the ADU is to expand housing opportunities for low income and moderate income or elderly households. And I just feel like we're leaving other households out of that. And who are we to know what those households are? And so maybe adding something like non-traditional households, or maybe there's a better phrase, but something more all-encompassing.
Or what if we just struck the language that the for low-income moderate, if it just said to expand housing opportunities by increasing residential units available.
I like
within
it.
existing neighborhoods.
I like it.
I would agree with that as, you know, a small family that has struggled in California to either rent or own in a home in this county.
Clarity? Great, okay. Any other questions or comments that weren't raised last week on this section that are not addressed in the memo, or anything from the memo that needs to be addressed? Okay. All right then, moving along. Temporary use regulations.
So this is also included in the memo because there was one erroneous reference to a minor use permit, so that's been corrected.
Great. Thank you.
But otherwise, there had been no other changes from the commission from the last meeting on this chapter. I don't think it's actually one that we discussed further, so.
Great. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Wait, I think I had one. Oh, okay, so I have a question here, and this is under the camping section of here, the 20.168.035. And this is this duration. So this is camping, this is non-commercial
Non-paying
camping.
guests.
Right,
Yeah,
okay.
this is like if you have friends, there's no exchange of money or any trade or barter or anything like that, and they're coming to stay on your property essentially.
Right. So there's the exclusion section here, is that camping activities shall not exceed 14 days consecutive or non-consecutive within 6 months, within a 6-month period. But then there's a reference in here. I thought there was a reference in
To 60 days?
To 60 days, exactly.
That requires an administrative permit if you
Okay.
are to do 60 days.
Okay.
Do you have any findings required to approve a temporary event?
You would be subject to the findings required by each of the chapters, administrative permit or use permit chapters, and the findings are the same, I believe,
okay.
between the two for those that you would make for a use permit.
I had one question on the modified, the red line here on the 20.16630 development standards, and I'm going to drop down to 9. Accessory dwelling units shall not be required to provide fire sprinklers if they are required, not part of the primary residence. And my
That's
question.
state law.
That's,
so you know.
Okay. I thought I think that law is in flux, the fire sprinklers for accessory units.
No, if your primary residence is not sprinklered, you don't have to sprinkler your accessory.
Okay.
But if your primary is sprinklered, you have to sprinkle
There it
your
is.
accessory.
Okay, thank you for that. Because
Deputy
you
County
just
Counsel.
answered.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, before we were taking some public comment after each chapter we were doing, we haven't taken that for a bit.
Oh, yeah.
I do see someone has a hand raised on Zoom. So
Oh.
I wanted to know if, put that to the chair's attention
Thank
and
you.
see if we want to do a call for public comment right now, briefly, whatever we've already covered.
Sure.
To see if
Great. Yeah, my apologies. Ms. Nguyen, I see you have your hand raised. You want to reference us back to which chapter you're concerned about?
Hi, Amy Nguyen with Nguyen Coastal Planning and Biology. Thank you so much. I'm sorry. So yeah, I want to go back through some of these items. I don't think they're very long, but while our heads are still in them, this one is slightly out of order, but chapter 20152025 height exceptions for wind generators. I'm thinking perhaps having the wind generators require an administrative permit when it's not the agricultural water, when it's an actual wind generator. That way it can go to the zoning administrator, and if there is a public concern, then that can be bumped up to the planning commission. I don't know if you guys, perhaps I missed that, but I agree that a variance makes it very difficult. In the 18 years I've been doing this, I've only had 2 clients apply for a wind generator. And I understand the concern relative to noise. So, if it could at least be a zoning administrative permit, that's one item. Let's see, 20.152.015C. This is about when a yard set or a front yard setback relative to a roadway easement, and in the past there was a lot of concern about corridor preservation setback, but this comes into play when the property or when the road serves 4 or more parcels. And I'm wondering if there's opportunity for clarification as to whether a parcel that's located at the end or near the end of a dead-end road, where there are no more parcels beyond it, is that subject to this requirement? Because it's a gray area, and so it's sometimes it's been interpreted as if the road itself can serve more than 4 parcels. If whether you're at the very end of the road and there's nobody past you, or whether, so so I think it's just unclear. So if there could be some clarity there, basically, if a road serves more than 4 parcels, does this apply to everybody on the road? Or if it only applies to properties that don't have anybody beyond it? I apologize. I might go over the 3 minutes because I'm covering a few different subjects at a time. So I apologize.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you. 20.152.020 for fences, walls, and screening. For items C and D, I'm just wondering, so that is temporary fencing may be required. So the first one is C. Temporary fencing may be required as part of approval of an administrative permit, blah, blah, blah. And I'm wondering if that means temporary fencing of this sort would require an approval, or does temporary, it's just like putting people on notice that in order to protect trees and other sensitive features, just know that you might have to install temporary fencing. Like, does the may mean, this might be a condition of approval, or does the may mean this will
May
be-
always means may.
Okay, it would be good to, sometimes may is interpreted in the gray area as shall, when staff is telling us what's going to be required. Thank you. Item D is temporary security fencing. So temporary security fencing may be installed around the property lines with approval from the director. I think that one seems to be more clear, where it says if you want temporary security fencing, then you will have to get approval from the director. I just want clarification that that's what that means. And I have 3 more items. The next one is about 20.152.020 corridor preservation setbacks. I just totally missed why, I think I missed a discussion as to why that was removed. So I'd love to, I didn't see that discussed. I'd just love to know why. I don't have really an opinion one way or another about it. Two more, 20.168.010 is kind of nuanced. Temporary uses, when it comes to construction support, well, it would be nice if it would be kind of spelled out for people in the zoning ordinance that you know, we see a lot of times people will ask for temporary occupancy of perhaps their garage as their first residence while they're building the big house. It's like most of our clients want to do something like that. So we're asking for phased development, and it would help the public that doesn't really know that that's kind of a pattern that they could use. It would be help to have that be something in there as a temporary use. Like, sure, we know we can do temporary occupancy of a travel trailer, but can they temporarily have, you know, one thing be their first residence and the next thing be their next residence? And then the last one, and I apologize because I'm like, you guys are moving through the chapters and I'm like, wait. So these are things that come up for our clients all the time that get interpreted in the gray and that can be tricky. So this last one is 20.168.020 for temporary events relative to weddings. I think that's all been kind of normalized these days, where a private wedding on a property that's being, you know, that's either a bed and breakfast or a vacation home rental or an inn. If it is the guests that are hosting those weddings under, I think it's 100 people, then that's okay. But since it had previously been, you know, the subject of a lot of back and forth for interpretation, I think it'd be really helpful for making it clear that a private wedding on a residential parcel is excluded. You know, if it's a private event, it's not a commercial endeavor. So that is it. Thank you. I know that's a lot all at once, but I appreciate letting me present those. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Oh, we have another hand raised. Great. Ms. Randall?
Hello, sorry, I might be in the same boat. I have quite a few notes, but I'm Jasmine with the Mendocino County Farm Bureau. You guys don't really have to turn to the pages. I'm sure you guys read our concerns already, but I still wanted to hit on some points that I wanted to mention. First being section 3610 with the mining and processing. We just think that that section related to water extraction is a little bit awkward. And it's unclear if bulk water extraction will require a use permit and overall how the county will regulate these extractions. We'd like to make the point that ag relies on the sustainability of water, and bulk extraction for immediate commercial gain might compromise that in the future. The next part is, let's see, there's chapter 2164, which you guys did hit on regarding the windmills, and I think it would be good to differentiate between the power generators and then the wind generators for agriculture. So I do appreciate you guys bringing that up. And the next one that I want to talk about is chapter 20.52, which is the ag districts. I do want to mention that allowances for the navigation centers and supportive housing and transitional housing into these zones might not align with their intended use. And so we question the compatibility of integrating these into the ag districts. The next one is going to be section 205210, which is the daycare facilities, small schools, and assisted living facilities. We are just overall generally concerned with allowing these onto ag lands. Adding these assisted living residential care facilities as a permitted use and transitional housing transitioning small schools to an administrative permit process. We have concerns regarding the Department of Pesticide regulations with these being on ag lands. And it's important to note that the DPR needs to be followed, and having the schools on that land might be difficult. let's see what else is here. Sorry, I'm kind of trying to go fast so you guys don't have to listen to me talk the whole time. Let's see, the next is going to be chapter 2086, which is the mixed use. I just have a question about this. How will property owners be notified within the mixed use North State District and the Brush Street Triangle? And if how they will or have already been notified of potential rezonings? And yeah, overall, like I've said before numerous times, we're just kind of concerned with integrating these new things into agricultural lands and how they're going to impact ag practices. I think that's it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Do you have any other hands raised in the Zoom room right now?
We did just get another hand raised.
Okay.
Hello, this is John Risk with Meadow Farm. Thank you for letting me talk again. We have a pre-conference for an application that we're filing on August 8th. And we are proposing 4 primary under agricultural use. We're in RR5, we have 28 acres here. And we're gonna have 4 single family dwelling groups with 1 ADU. 2 of those residential units will be, one is a tiny home and the other is a Pacific yurt that's going to be converted to a compliant yurt. I didn't see anything in your materials about yurts and how to comply with a yurt to your building codes and or housing. But we will want to talk to the planning staff about that when we meet on August 8th. We appreciate the administrative process that you've set forth on tiny homes. We would like to know whether the tiny homes can have attached bathhouses within the 400 square foot limit. And then currently the code requires septic. We are very interested in compostable or alternative means for handling waste. We'd like to just indicate to you as a sustainable biointensive experiment that we have here in gardening and in farming that we would be willing to serve as a test example for the county to look at alternative ways such as compostable toilets. So more on that when you come up to it, but thank you for the opportunity to share.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. Did we clear the queue there on Zoom?
There are no more hands raised on Zoom.
Great, thank you. And thank you for alerting me to that. I was not tracking on that component. All right, back to the temporary use regulations. Is there anything else in that section that?
I have something, sorry.
Sure.
So we're having an administrative person's permit for gatherings of 100 to 1,000. And then it says minor use permit for 1,000 persons or more. I think we want to say use permit there.
Yes, that was part of the red lines from the memo. I caught, that was the one error that I caught where the minor was referenced. So yes, that is addressed as.
And then my other thought is on the minor construction. I guess I'm not sure what construction support minor construction is.
Sure, so this is utilized if you're building like a single family home. That you can have the construction support. I think this actually addresses one of the public comments that was made about use of a trailer coach or being able to use like an accessory structure for temporary occupancy while you're constructing a primary dwelling.
And how long do you define temporary? Is it like a year, 2 years?
Typically it's 2 years and then it can be renewed if necessary. Yeah.
And we're going to skip camping. Yeah, we are. Yay.
All right. I guess I just had one other quick question. And this is in the section that's been added to the food trucks and mobile food vendors, 0.168.060. Subsection D has the restroom or other facilities as shall be provided as required by the Division of Environmental Health. I guess there's clear guidance from environmental health on what is required for truck vendors.
Yeah, their consumer protection division. It's really, I think, about if you have any fixed seating, things like that.
Okay.
The only other thing on food trucks that we've run into is real irritation by members of the public with the generator noise. So I don't know, frankly, I don't know how to deal with that. But it is an issue. So, I mean, at least these are not in the public right of way. They're required to be on private property. But you might want to make them require follow setbacks or something. Not
Or
make them
soundproofing or a decibel limitation, because, you know, the universe of generators
It's changing.
Yeah, it's changing, and then there's, like, the cheap ones are noisy, the expensive ones are quiet, the oversimplification, but
Well, and they'll be subject to an administrative permit as well as then review for compliance with the exterior noise limit standards in county code in the appendix C.
They just are loud. People don't like it.
All right. Any other comments on this section? Deputy County Counsel?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, not on this section, but just from procedure. So I've been going back and forth internally with our office, and I don't think the idea of the members submitting things in writing after this meeting has a potential to create a serial meeting issue under the Brown Act. So while I'm trying to be flexible here to make sure we can get comments out, I don't think that's realistically possible. So I think if one member writes, another member writes, and people start acknowledging ideas outside of the context of the open and public meeting, that creates a concern. So I think
it could only work if we only email Julia.
And even then, I think there's potential concerns out there. So I think we're going to recommend that no submissions in writing that would be posted to the public. I'm not sure we can realistically do much with just the planning department. So I would say for the 15th, please be prepared to try and finish that day. We'll go as far as we can today, and if there's additions beyond whatever we discussed, if people leave here in 40 minutes, we'll tackle those first thing on the 15th.
Okay. I mean, again, I have a small handful of comments yet to be made, and we may get to them all. If not, I might ask for those of us for Commissioner Purnell and I, if there are additional comments we may make, I might reserve from like 1:45 on for us to submit those comments verbally today so that we don't have that issue. Okay.
Sounds reasonable.
Great. All right. All right, moving on to the next section. Are you feeling good? Yep. All right. This is the movable tiny home section. This was discussed again at length last week, and I believe
there's revisions in the memo.
Revisions in the
Yes.
memo. Any questions about those revisions in the memo?
I think we did a nice job.
I think we did a pretty good job.
Thank you, Julie.
I guess my one question is, I was looking at some language, and this was around, let's see, this was around the surface that the unit has to be on. 3. And I noted that other jurisdictions made a distinction that sometimes these movable tiny homes they're not going to be moved for quite some time, and they are removed from the wheels during that section. And in that case, having a requirement of a curb guard or other structures that would facilitate them staying put seem unnecessary. So I wonder if we want to make some distinction in there that just says that those requirements shall be required only if the wheels remain on the vehicle.
And if I may, I think it is addressed in there in the second sentence that talks about it may rest on wheels or on stands anchored to the parking pad. I mean, in that case, if you're anchoring, you're going to have to meet likely a higher standard in terms of being able to anchor the unit down to prevent movement.
And that's like a building standard that you'd have to meet in terms of anchoring it to the ground, or?
Essentially, I think we would look towards the building regulations for determining what is an acceptable anchoring.
The other reason that I agree with you on that is because this section is for movable tiny homes. If you're removing the wheels, is it then considered not movable?
Well, they can be removed and then put back on. I was looking at some other jurisdictions that basically said if the wheels are on, then you have to have these curb guards. But you're saying that if they are anchored, then they're going to have to meet building code regulations that would mean that they're not going to have to provide bumper guards or curbs at that point.
I muted myself. So I think essentially we would be looking that that would prevent the movement of the unit if they're being anchored. And that's really what that intention is. It says, or other installations to prevent movement of the unit. So anchoring would prevent the movement of the unit and satisfy that provision.
Okay.
And I also made the point that you can put a tiny home on a permanent foundation, which wouldn't be anchoring it to a concrete surface or a paved surface. It would literally be digging a perimeter foundation, but it has to be to Appendix Q. And somehow that didn't end up here, but as long as it's kind of known, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, because that would be then considered just like for us, like a residence.
It'd just be a residence.
Of a small size.
And then I guess my other question in this was around the materials section. Again, I appreciate that Hardy Panel as a brand name has been removed. But then there's this other material that would be allowed for any conventional construction residential structure. I mean, I appreciate that that opens it up to a wider universe, but then why do we have shall include would? I mean, it's just like basically to just say that would be allowed for any conventional construction residential structure, or?
That's fine. You could say that. Covering shall.
Yep.
Yep, you can simplify it.
That's completely acceptable.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
You put the word creative.
But no smashed cans. Yeah. All right, great. Okay, moving along.
Missing low.
The next one is low intensity camping. I think we're gonna just move right past this one because we've already given it a lot of oxygen here today. Did we skip something? Did we skip that?
Yeah, mobile homes and mobile home parks. Yep.
Oh, thank you. Questions on mobile homes and mobile home parks?
I have some questions.
Okay.
So I'm concerned about having a minimum of 3 acres for a mobile home park. That's a pretty big minimum size. So I would prefer, if we're going to do a minimum, maybe an acre, but that's still, if you're doing 4,000 square feet per mobile home, that's still like 10 or 12 mobile home units, if you did an acre. Right.
Can we do that with winding up in CEQA glitch?
I think generally we're going to take direction today, and then our report back on the 15th will be really looking at what may require additional study and what can reasonably be accomplished as part of this. Because the 3 acres is what's currently in the code, so it would just be reducing that.
And then my other concern is requiring 2 parking spaces for each mobile home space. It seems a little excessive since most mobile homes are occupied by one person. So I don't know exactly what the formula would be, but either one or, I mean, similarly, a single family home with 1 bedroom only has to have 1 parking space. Why do mobile homes have to have 2 parking spaces? Just eats up a lot of land and makes them look kind of crappy.
The current code requires 2 parking spaces for like a conventional residential structure. When you get into multifamily is when we get into the bedroom changes. So it then based the parking on the size of the bedrooms provided.
And this is very similar because most mobile homes have 1 bedroom.
All right, staff's going to look into that one and get back to us on that point as well. All right, anything else in the mobile home section? Nope. All right, off-street parking. All right.
Parking?
No. Well, because we'll skip, well.
Recreational.
Oh, okay,
parks.
okay. So we are going to look at this, but we're not going to look at the low-intensity part. Okay, are there,
So should we just back to this? Let's come back.
We should come back.
Are there, well, just real quick while we're here, are there comments on the section that do not deal with the low intensity camping?
Well, again, you have this requirement of a minimum area of 5 acres for a proper campground. I don't know. Is that? I mean, maybe that's fine. But it just seems strange then you can do.
I would recommend coming back to this.
Yeah, I think we should come back to it.
Okay, all right. Okay, off-street parking, everyone's favorite. So we have the chapter in front of us. We also had a memo from Commissioner Jones for our consideration. And is there anything in the memo on?
I just had a question for Commissioner Jones, and thank you for your work on this. Is this revised table as presented based on your experience in Fort Bragg? Is it from broader experience? I'm just curious about the context that you're pulling from.
Sure. So one of the things I'm trying to do is simplify the table so that like all residential unit types are treated the same, and it's dependent on how many bedrooms are in the facility rather than whether it's supportive or transitional caretakers or single family or whatever. Some of it was to same thing, supportive housing, transitional residential care facility. Those all seem to fall in the similar type of category. We got to outdoor recreation. I think the original code that Julia was working off of was at a different time when people played billiards and had bowling centers. We don't really have that anymore, so it's indoor recreation, outdoor recreation, and this is how we regulate it within the city of Fort Bragg. There are many cases where the county requires less parking than the city does, and I left those as is, especially large industrial uses. And there were some cases where the city required less parking than the county, and in some cases I switched those around. You know, the reality is we're all going virtual. There's so much virtual now, whether you're like buying stuff online and you're not going to a store anymore. So these parking requirements that we have that were from 20 years ago are really in a different time when everybody was driving everywhere. Even offices now, you know, you could have an office building and half the people there only half the time, right? Because they're coming in 3 days a week instead of every day. And so you don't need as much parking. And the reason I did it is my experience at the city and at Point Arena is parking is very expensive. It's expensive to build, it's expensive in terms of stormwater impacts, and it's also expensive in terms of the land that it uses up. So my goal was to kind of right size it. And then Julia and I talked about it and like, what about the CEQA implications? And parking is the one thing that CEQA frankly just doesn't care about. It's never analyzed as any section of an MN or a negative deck. So but we're going to talk it over and figure out if my gut reaction is fair. So that was the thinking behind it. You know, like I'm putting, like, there were separate categories for banks, financial institutions, government institutions, instead of just putting them all in office. They're all office. It's the same exact requirement. So let's put it all in office. And then the other thing that's interesting about the county's code is this is the minimum requirement. If somebody thinks that their use is going to require more parking, they can always put more parking in. In Fort Bragg, we actually have a maximum requirement. You cannot put more parking than the maximum. I recognize that the county doesn't have quite the land limitations that we have there, so maybe that's good to keep. And then the other thing that I'm recommending is either an admin permit or a use permit to have an exception to any parking requirement if you can prove there's a rational basis for that exception.
Thank you, and I'm wondering, I like that simplification, well, on all of it, but also with the indoor and outdoor recreation, and I'm curious if we need to define that since we're, again, getting modern. What is included in indoor and outdoor? We might.
Indoor and outdoor recreation are defined use types under the code.
Perfect.
I had one question. If, to not sound ignorant, how can you have half a parking space?
Very easily. You just round up if you have to, or you round. Yeah, you always round up. So if you have a 1 bedroom or 2 bedrooms and it says 1.5, then you get 2 parking spaces. But if you have 3 bedrooms, now you're only having to do 3 parking spaces.
Okay, that was my question. Yeah, I appreciate it. I was just like I was confused on that portion, so I thank you for the clarification.
That's good.
Only park a smart car.
I was like,
yeah.
The other thing about parking that's really different is now EV charging is required as well, and EV charging takes up a lot more space. So that further complicates this parking table. So, you know, then you're even using up more land.
All right. So it sounds like we will probably in the next memo, get back something that reflects the proposal from Commissioner Jones and its impact on this chapter.
Yes.
Great.
And maybe we can take a straw poll just on support for the changes in the memo.
We like you, Commissioner
I'm just trying to
Jones.
help.
Yeah.
Took me 25 minutes.
Why we got to stay on here. All right. Any other questions or comments on the off-street parking before we move along? All right. Sign regulation.
I have one concern.
On parking or on sign regulation?
Parking design standards. So it says that it shall necessarily be permeable. And I just want to make sure that that's really where we're going. So, you know, on page 216, 2180, 20A, parking areas shall be surfaced with gravel, permeable pavers, or other permeable surfaces. So that means basically no asphalt going forward for parking. And I just want to check in with everybody. That's even more expensive. Permeable paving is more expensive. And in general, like the way that we do it in Fort Bragg is permeable paving for the parking spaces, and then the drive aisles are asphalt. That still allows the stormwater to infiltrate, and the drive aisles get a lot more traffic on them, so they're more likely to. So it's a pretty strong statement to go. I mean, I love it, but you're putting some challenges on developers by doing it.
Don't you do it by square foot, figuring, you know, permeable area of a developed site?
No, but this says parking areas shall all be served.
I was just curious. That's a change in that sense, right?
How much of the parking lot space would you estimate as drive aisle versus actual parking space? Because I'm wondering if a percentage might work, like no greater than whatever percentage
Well,
of
it
the
can
parking
be
lot
anywhere
should
from
be
a half
impervious.
to less than a third. It depends on how the parking lot is.
Okay, so something to consider as like no more than 50% shall be impervious?
Shall be impervious.
It's easier in a way when you're designing things to have a percentage, because then you just calculate the square foot area that's hard surface, you know, non-permeable, and then you can figure out how to create the permeable and meet that.
And you can work with the site constraints too,
Yes.
that way.
Exactly.
We do have a
It gives a
hand
little-
raised on Zoom as well.
Okay, thank you. Just a minute. So do we, at this point, feel like we have a straw poll from the commission to have a no more than 50% of the parking area shall be?
Fine. I don't know if Julia wants to push back, or feel free.
I'm really taking direction, and then I'm going to go through, because there are some general plan policies that this was implementing, and I just want to go back and look at those policies before I really weigh in.
We're not just wearing you down over time there, right?
I have a very long list over here. So.
Cool, let's sneak some stuff in here now. No, Ms. Nguyen, you had your hand raised. Would you like to speak on this?
Thank you, Chair Pollen. Actually, commissioners addressed my concern, so thank you.
Great. Thank you.
So I have two other issues on parking. Sorry.
Great.
We don't have any standards for landscaping around parking or lighting. And I think lighting should always be downcast and night sky compliant, and I'm sure Julia has language from somewhere else she could stick in there, or some section to refer to. Generally, I think you want to have at least a 5-foot landscaping around a parking area, but I don't know if that would run into problems. And then obviously trees are important, especially where it gets so hot.
I think landscaping in general is a bigger topic that we would probably come back to. It's one of those items that we considered bringing forward but decided not to, given that it's would be a very new standard to be putting in place, and wanting to make sure it gets the attention for that.
Yeah. All right. We feeling okay on parking? Great. Sign regulation. Questions, comments?
But general question, I don't know if we have them here in Mendocino County, but out in the world, there's those like giant TVs on the side of the road. are really change the feel. They really change the safety. I wasn't sure if we are addressing that under General Regulation 2184.010 F2. Basically, the top of page 224. Signs making use of stroboscopic lights, rotary beacons, chasing or similar types of lights to convey, et cetera, et cetera. Is that, where are we addressing those?
For essentially billboards, you're talking about essentially lighted up and like digital billboards.
Digital billboards.
You could just add digital billboards to that list and we'd be good.
That
Well,
sounds good.
Yeah.
Well,
I think the intention is really to prevent some of these distracting sort of light movements. I would want to go through it and really respond to that more thoroughly for you.
Okay, that's the intent.
Yeah, and I just want to push back on a little bit. I think there is a distinction between a TV that has movement on it, which is what I think this addresses, and a digital billboard that perhaps changes its image periodically in terms of the visual impact for the neighbors and safety concerns. Personally, I came from Vermont where there's no billboards, and I love that, but we're not going there, so I just want to make sure we're not being overly restricted.
And I'm sure some other jurisdiction has done a great job of sorting this out. It's just, you know, that's the way the world's headed, and I am not envisioning Mendocino County with screens all over the sides of our roads.
I think Vacaville or Dixon, as you're driving through, and all the auto mall ones that flash changes constantly that, you know, are very distracting, I think, to drivers and take away from the community aesthetic.
Yeah, it does seem as if this language here addresses that concern.
Okay, I just want to make sure it's uber clear.
Yeah.
So I'd also like to just add something about signs, and that is that right now the county allows 35-foot high signs. That is a really tall sign. And I think we could bring it down. It's not like we have freeways where you need to see something that's that far away and that big. 101, you don't sign that big. So so that's one thing, and then the other thing is that I couldn't find any limitation on how big a sign should be for a specific entity. And, you know, when I came to Fort Bragg, it was pretty trashy because it had a lot of big, ugly signs. And it took a long time to bring them into conformance with the code, but we have, and it looks a lot better. I mean, think about Willits, driving through Willits and the signage there. It's kind of a mess. So I think it's an opportunity for the county to really improve its look. And frankly, a lot of people think a bigger sign gets people to their business. It doesn't always work out that way. You know, you have to have a sign that's placed well, that people see it. But 35 feet in the air isn't necessarily going to get them that. So
What height limitation would you recommend?
I don't really know. I mean, City of Fort Bragg, we have 16 feet in the non-coastal zone. The coastal zone is 6 feet, which is pretty low. 16 feet, I think, is very reasonable for most businesses, and we have a upwards limit of 100 square feet. A 100 square foot sign is quite large. It's 10 by 10 or 20 by 5. It's a big sign.
I'm wondering if the 35 feet is because a building can be 35 feet, so if the sign is attached to the side of the building, it would be only as tall as a building could be.
This is for a freestanding sign. The actual section is about freestanding signs.
Director Krog, would you like to respond?
Yeah, sure. So I was just going to comment that I think, you know, like you may not think about it in many different areas of the county, but I can think of in particular an area here on North State Street where the freeway is elevated high above where commercial businesses are. And I know the height of signs has been an instance where people have actually wanted to seek variances in the past to be able to do a taller sign so they would be visible from the freeway. So I would have some concerns with reducing below the current allowance for 35 feet, since already we have some folks that have requested for variances in the past as well.
So then would that be like up to the administrator in the sense of site specific?
A variance would come in front of the Planning Commission as currently drafted in the regulations.
Any other questions or comments on signage?
I mean, I just want to say, you know, I worked years ago on the local coastal plan, and South Central was all the way up to Casper. And we really worked hard to try to not create signs, roadside signs. And I think if you drive that area stretch, you see the value of that, right? And so as a commissioner, I'm just going to say less is more with signage. I mean, we have a beautiful rural county. I want to always try to err on the side of keeping it rural character in whatever district. So however we could modify this sign regulations to reduce signage on roadsides, I am all for it.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiedemann.
I will say, quite frankly, doing a more significant overhaul of sign regulations is something that would need to come back separately. I don't think that there's reasonably adequate time to do a complete overhaul of the sign regulations.
I don't think anyone's asking for a complete overhaul, but maybe that's something to consider.
Oh boy, we got so many fun meetings ahead of us. Okay,
really.
It is 1:45, and so I did ask that we reserve this time for Commissioner Purnell and I to share any final comments that we have before the gavel gets turned over. Commissioner Purnell, would you like to go first? Did you have specific?
Give me just a moment. I might not have anything.
Cool. I only have one, if you don't mind. I'll
Yeah, you
take
go
it
first.
while
You
you search. This is under the non-conforming uses and structures, pages 261, chapter 2024. And this is under the restoration of damaged structures, subsection 0.015. A, as it's written right now, is to rebuild to its previous dimensions and arrangements and utilized to the same extent prior to its destruction, and provided restoration is started within 1 year and diligently pursued to completion. And I'm curious what the 1 year, within 1 year of what? When does the clock
Typically
start
within
ticking?
1 year of when the structure has been demolished.
Okay. Is it possible to put that language in there just so that
Absolutely,
it's
to
clear
make
as
that
to
clear.
what
Yeah.
when that timing starts?
Absolutely.
Okay. That was my last highlighted section. Commissioner Purnell, did you have?
That was a section that stood out to me too. I'm just thinking about all the people that had to rebuild from fires, and then have to go having the soil tested, and that timeline is not necessarily under the control of the person who hopes to rebuild. And so I just want to make sure we're not creating more red tape for people that have been through disaster. Julia, I bet you could speak to that.
Yeah, we're not. We have run into this issue before as well in Redwood Valley, and certainly there's been, anytime an event's happened, we've usually adopted an urgency ordinance regarding temporary occupancy of trailers as part of that. And then typically we've looked at this sort of restoration component as really beginning from the point that and this is again for only non-conforming structures. This isn't, this is only if you don't meet your setback standards and such. But we've really tried to be as flexible as we can in those circumstances, and including that, like if someone comes in and gets a demolition permit, we really just want to see that progress is moving forward towards restoring the site, and not that your structure, you come back 10 years later to rebuild a non-conforming structure. So.
Okay.
Can I make a suggestion? Maybe that we ask that they apply for a building permit within 1 year, because, getting an architect to do your plan sets, and then getting the plan sets through the building department, and then finding a contractor, that alone can easily take 2 years in today's very busy construction environment. So I would recommend actually, someone's had a big loss, they may not have a lot of money, they're dealing with their insurance company, letting them just say apply for a building permit within a year, and then that gives them 2 years to actually do the project before they have to get an extension on that building permit.
So I worked at the Fire Rebuild Center in Sonoma County after the 2017 fires, and just from my experience working with insurance and people who did lose their homes, it took some folks about 3 years to even get insurance to complete their claims, and so they may not even have the money to apply or hire those folks within that 1 year period. I like the 2 year a little bit better, even to apply for the building permits, because folks who lose their home, the insurance may be covering even the applications or getting plans made for that, and so I'm not a fan of the 1 year timeline in there at all.
I'm totally with you. 2 years to apply for a building permit.
Do we have consensus? Okay, great. Thank you. All right. I think then if that's all the items that Commissioner Purnell and I have, I'm going to hand the gavel over to Vice Chair Babini.
And I would suggest at this time we consider taking a lunch break and then
Yes.
reconvening.
Yes.
Before we take a break, there is a hand raised by Amy Winnigan.
Thank you.
Miss Wynn, your comment, please.
Thank you, Amy Wynn, Coastal Planning and Biology. Thank you very much. For this item 2204-015, restoration of damaged structures. Item B, I am fully, what is that? The 1 year. I am fully in support of the 2 year. I think it would be helpful to have a line item that says with an exception, exception may be granted by the planning director in case, because I know sometimes people can't even demolish their damaged structure that's non-conforming until they have everything buttoned up with insurance, and that process can take a while. So just having that, the 2 year with an exception that may be granted by the planning director allows for some flexibility to even apply for the demolition permit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn. Yeah, thank you. At this time, I think the commission is going to break for a lunch period. For return, are we going to do, is there a preference for a half hour, an hour break for lunch?
Sorry, I was muted. I would suggest we do a full hour.
Okay. So return at,
Sorry, I'm getting a, oh, it is 2:50. Okay, so maybe 30 minutes if that is acceptable.
About 2:30, that gives
2:30?
40.
Yeah.
40 minutes? Yeah.
so come back at 2:30. All right. Thank you, everyone. Do we need a motion for that?
No.
Okay, just making sure. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Yeah, we're going to. Okay, I'll just leave this.
Trying.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Como cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school. and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Si queríamos era que naciera, ya, si la quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo, y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y Más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. Because, you know, you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, you know, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, you know, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, ajá, cómo educar a un hijo y porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, you know, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. You know, she was straightforward when, you know, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her. And I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, you know, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, you know, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, you know, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You know, you get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es algo, un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Wellits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, como hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia.
Sí.
Para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know? That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They've got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. Because, you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in being becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo y porque pues nosotros nunca es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me. Even though I was not a first-time mom, I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa, porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significan niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
Welcome back, everybody. We are picking up where we left off for our regular scheduled Planning Commission meeting on agenda item 6A. We're starting back at chapter 20.190 administration. And just for order, I think we continue on with our any comments, or if anyone has questions from the public, either in Zoom or in here during each section, we can take those comments as we go through these chapters. Did we have any commissioner comments on chapter 20.190 administration?
Just one note. So this was included as part of the memo that from July 30th, because there was one minor correction that staff wished to make underneath 20.190030, which related to initial completeness review and just changing it from saying deemed complete to filed. So meaning that the director shall determine whether an application is complete within 30 days of the date the application is filed. Yes, it would.
Thank you, Julie. Seeing no other comments here from folks, move on to the next chapter, 20.192 administrative permits. Are there any comments or questions for staff in this section from the commission? No worries, take your time.
I don't have any comments. I guess I have one question. Can these be appealed to the planning commission, or do they have to be appealed to the board of supervisors?
Appealed to the Board of Supervisors, and that's partially because there's the ability to elevate an administrative permit to the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission as part
If
of the
you
review.
wanted to.
If the zoning administrator.
So essentially,
determines
if
to do
there's
so.
somebody in the neighborhood that doesn't like it, they have to appeal it to the board of supervisors. But if you decide that it's too wishy-washy or whatever, you can appeal it straight to the planning.
I can elevate the
Elevate
permit,
it,
yeah,
yeah.
so that way you can, it can be reviewed and action taken by the commission.
And is there a difference in the fee structure for an appeal to the planning commission or an appeal to the board of supervisors?
They're actually relatively similar. I think
Okay.
it's about a couple $100 more to appeal to the board versus the planning commission.
Commissioner Wiedemann.
I just have to go back to 20.190.015, and that's modification, revocation of approved permits of approval. The question I have is on D2, right? It's about neighboring parcels. And I'm questioning, like, as far as notifying neighboring parcels that are needing to be notified. Is this going to still be in the sense of the 300 feet?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Gudrowski, I want to clarify one thing. This is for a modification or revocation of an existing permit. So here, the notice is really far more important to the person who's being revoked.
Right.
I'm not aware that, in this instance, I'm not sure the neighborhood awareness is the concern. I think the concern really is to the property owner. They're the ones with due process rights.
Right, so this is really about the person who's being revoked, possibly?
Correct.
Okay.
But oftentimes a modification can be for a special condition that doesn't necessarily have to do with property rights. It might have been a special condition for the neighborhood. Not to
This
argue.
provision does require that noticing occur consistent with
all
the
your-
provisions
Okay.
underneath
Okay.
government code, which does include the adjacent landowner notification,
Yeah,
in addition
great.
to either a newspaper notice, or there's an alternative method where you can post on the project site and to other publicly available locations, in addition to doing the direct mailing.
Correct. That was the first sentence of that D2 is also refers to 010 above, which is general. My initial inclination was thinking really the due process issue is for the person who might lose use permit.
Right.
We agree.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right, going back to 20.192, were there any questions or comments from the commission on this chapter?
I'm good with it. Just renaming something.
Right then, and I see.
My whole issues are just on making sure people get notified, and that's that, and we have that in order. I get that. I mean, as you go throughout these items. Okay, thank you.
All right. Chapter 20.196, use permit. Questions or comments from the commission?
So I guess I do have one question is, you have findings for use permits, but not findings for, oh yeah, you do. And they're the same. Forget it. Moving on.
We did not previously have findings in administrative
Okay,
permits,
permits.
so we are happy to add those this time
Yeah.
around.
Kind of need them.
Yes.
Alrighty.
So I am questioning why you're eliminating all of the issues around nuisance, health, safety, peace, morals, yada yada on C for the use permit findings.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. This is page 248.
Yes.
I think it's just being kind of read-lettered. If you look at that B, that talks about the nuisance or detrimental effect.
Except you don't have, oh yeah, you do have peace, health. Okay, fair, thank you.
I believe we did remove...
And adequate utilities is already there, you just moved it down.
Correct. And we did remove morals, comfort. Those are ill-defined provisions, and I haven't seen any case law that describes those when I've researched that in the past.
Yeah. They're from like the 80s. Maybe the 70s.
Any other comments or questions to staff or discussion for this chapter?
No, I'm fine. On 26.
All right, 20.200 for variances. I did have one question. All variances, I see the change here from zoning administrator to planning commission. I can't remember if this was something that we had asked for at some point, or if there's, you know, other jurisdictions that utilize this, why this change was made from zoning administrator to planning commission.
Thank you for that question, Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. The change really is, you know, one, we don't see a lot of variances, but given that they're exception to zone standards, it seems appropriate that they can come in front of the Planning Commission for consideration, because it is really granting an exception to what is typically required within the code. So I felt like it was an appropriate change to make. I don't think it's going to increase the workload for the Planning Commission significantly, given that we have a really limited number of variances that we see. But then it does allow for, you know, a higher level review on those types of applications.
Thank you. I actually like this change. I just wanted to know what made this change come about, I guess. So sure. Thank you.
They're also usually combined with larger projects, like a use permit, so it'd be coming to us anyway.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Were there any other comments from commission?
No.
Seeing none. We did kind of touch on this chapter 20.204 with our other commissioners before they left, but I wanted to give folks who are still here any additional time they wanted to discuss any issues or questions, comments with this section. Non-conforming uses and structures for those.
No, I think this is the one Commissioner Pollan wanted to add.
Yes.
When demolished.
So I'd like to just have a conversation about something really quick, and this is expansion of non-conforming uses. I'm a little bit uncomfortable with an administrative permit for an expansion of a non-conforming use if the initial use or a similar type of use actually requires a use permit. You see how that could make a conflict?
I agree with that.
So I actually think that an expansion of a non-conforming use should probably come to the Planning Commission, unless you want to tweak the language to clarify that that only applies, I mean, to if a similar use does not require a use permit.
Sorry, that the administrative permit would apply in a circumstance where something did not require a use permit.
Well, you have to be a little bit more careful than that, because if it's a non-conforming use, probably it never got a use permit.
Correct.
And it may not even be permissible in that zoning district now, right? So that's where it gets a little dicey in terms of it being administrative, which is why I would kind of gear more towards requiring a use permit.
Yeah, we had left it at, you know, for a lot of, for the instances where a minor use permit was referenced, we modified those to administrative permit because it has the same hearing body, the zoning administrator, as previously heard those, and includes now under the administrative permits chapter the ability to elevate that to the Planning Commission if it so warrants that. So, you know, that was at least the methodology that went into it, but I'm happy to take that direction. I mean, a discretionary permit is reasonably required. Really, the discussion is at what level.
Yeah, and so what I'm basically saying is if it's non-conforming, then it's not permissible, and you're expanding something that's essentially not permissible, it seems like that should at least rise to the same level of analysis or review as something that is permissible with a use. To me, it's not falling in the right level, right?
And do I see all three commissioners in agreement?
I think we're all in agreement on that.
Excellent. Okay.
Commissioner Jones, did you have any other comments for this section?
I don't think so.
Before you move on, Amy Wynn does have her hand raised on Zoom. Great. Let me go to Commissioner Wiedemann to see if you had any further. Great. Let's take comment from our Zoom participant, Amy Wynn.
Thank you. Amy Wynn, the only Zoom participant. Thank you very much. Appreciate Amy Wynn, Wincoast Planning and Biology. For the oops. Oh, can you go back to screen sharing?
Oh,
what happened to that?
Sorry,
yeah.
One moment.
Thanks. For expansion of non-conforming uses and structures, I totally understand the conversation about, if it's a non-conforming use, it really probably needs that level of review of a planning commission. But I'm just thinking of, sometimes the non-conforming use is less intense than the zoning district. So then I'm just wondering if we really want to have all of them go to the planning commission for consideration when, like, say for instance, it's a residential use in a commercial zone, or I don't know if that's where it would be non-conforming, but something that were single family residents in sorry, I'm not thinking of a specific example, but I know that I've come across it within our work. So where it's actually less intense. So do we really want to have it be a use permit where the question also comes up for like traffic and all these other categories? Thank you.
And if I may, for the commission, I pulled up the language here that I think Ms. Wynn's referring to. It's section 20.204035B. Yes. Which references that a non-conforming use of a structure or site may be changed to another non-conforming use at the same or more restricted level of intensity as determined by the Planning and Building Services Director. And as currently written, it would be provided an administrative permit is obtained for making that change to the lesser intensity or same level of intensity.
I have no problem with that. I think Amy misunderstood my comment. My comment was the expansion of non-conforming uses and structures, which is 2020-204-02-5A, different section of the code.
Okay.
And I guess I have a question about why we even need the non-conforming lot areas, because wouldn't we always assume that a sub-sized lot is pre-existing legal?
Great comment. This was language from the code that I just relocated from the general provisions and exceptions chapter to what I felt like it belonged more so in the non-conforming. I have no concerns if the commission wants to strike that.
To me, it just seems redundant.
Yeah, I completely understand.
Okay.
Do we have kind of some thumbs up agreement on eliminating that? Okay,
perfect.
Great. Any other further comments or questions? Okay, great. All right, we've made it to our proposed for repeal, chapter 20.206, extension of time for qualifying clean slate blur to applicants. I feel like we discussed this the first day. Did we have any further discussion or comments?
Nope, this is fine. I was on that committee way back when, and it's fine to repeal it.
All right.
I'm going to go whatever you say.
Chapter 20.208 appeals. Any comments, questions, staff?
I don't have any comments.
just had one question. You know, and I have a note here, and I'm not sure why I have this note now, but it says, what was the reason to delete the planning and building services and just put the director, or, you know?
It just removes the planning and building services and leaves department or director, and
Yeah.
it's only because the department as a term is defined in the definitions in 20.008.
Right. Hands raised. Let's go on to chapter 20.212 amendments to the general plan, specific plan, zoning code, and zoning map. Comments, questions from staff or the public?
Can I have our director just give us a synopsis on this, on the 20.212, on the intent, and if you may.
Sure. So this chapter is really just making some changes to when we're talking about making, amendments to a general plan, a specific plan, changes to the zoning code or zoning map, as we are today. So this is really just, there's not necessarily new items in here. It's more so clarifying the requirements and making sure that we're consistent with any government code provisions that are applicable to when you are performing any one of those activities or actions. So there's not necessarily, 20.212.015 talks about authority, indicating the Planning Commission acts as a recommending body for these various different items, and that the Board of Supervisors is the final decision-making body on those items. We then include about the initiation of an amendment. The one new item here is that it does allow for initiation of an amendment by the director as well.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, there is a deletion there from the current language in 020. It had said a petition of one or more of the property owners, and we're suggesting removing that to just a petition of the property owners affected. So that simplifies that going forward for issues of one or more could submit an application for a zoning map amendment for, I think CP districts will be okay.
Yes.
It wouldn't affect the CP districts right now, that's a different chapter. But in general, that same provision was still always here. This idea of one or more property owners of a group could do it, and this just makes it so all of them have to agree to it.
Thank you.
So then continuing down there, you then have the procedures associated with it, application, staff report, public hearing, and notice, the recommendation being made by the Planning Commission, the final action again taken by the board, and then if there's recommendation of denial, how that is handled as well. And then also discusses Board of Supervisors hearing and action, and requirements for general plan consistency for zoning amendments. And then some new sections we've added is abandonment of proceedings as well, and just making sure it's clear about abandonment of proceedings, and then notice to the county assessor. Which is included in several of our other chapters, and for whatever reason was not carried over to many of them. So
I have one suggested change, and that is C on the bottom of page 271. Your recommendations for denial for amendment is specified as to the zoning map. I think you just want to delete to the zoning map, because those could be recommendations for denial for anything.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, I'll double check that. I know the one government code section I'm thinking of is specific to the zoning map.
Okay.
I was researching this for today. In the instance of a zoning code amendment, there's no provision of the government code that would allow the Planning Commission to set something, or if they recommended rejection, that the board can then not take it up. That is specific to the zoning code. I can double check the general plan amendment provisions. That's in a different article, chapter of the planning and zoning law, but I think it is specific to the zoning map.
Okay, good to know.
Seeing no comment on our Zoom or in chambers. Any final comments on that section? No. Okay. Chapters 20.216, enforcement, legal procedure, and penalty.
I'll just note for the commission here that this is really trying to bring it, our enforcement chapter in line with some amendments that were previously adopted by the Board of Supervisors as well for administrative citations and procedures such as that. And this was reviewed by our Code Enforcement Division as well as counsel assigned to Code Enforcement.
Can I ask a general question? So if a code violation is uncovered, is it usually the intent of the Code Division to make the violation stop, or wait and give them an opportunity to realize the violation?
Typically, I mean, depending on what the circumstances is, but typically we do give them an opportunity to correct. If it's an unpermitted use, you must cease that use until you have corrected that violation. So it can be dependent on what the circumstance is, but we, our goal is compliance, not to be punitive necessarily. So.
Got it. No. Propose or repeal. That got moved to the front of it.
Yes, so this is when we talked about the compatibility chart. This is the chapter that now would be repealed because these items have been relocated into the 20.040 establishment of districts.
Okay. Any comments? Okay. Proposed for repeal 20.224, interim ordinance prohibiting. Any comments on the repeal for that one? Great. Repeal chapter 20.228, another urgency ordinance prohibiting subdivision of land within North Fort Bragg, Pudding Creek planned development area. Any questions, comments?
It looks like it was supposed to expire in 1991.
Yeah, I saw that.
Most of these that are the urgency, or they've already expired. It's really a cleanup to remove it. So
great. I think we just run through those ones quickly. Chapter 20.234, affordable housing and density bonuses. I was looking for changes on this one.
So this is a new chapter.
Okay.
Yes, so you're not
Okay.
going to see any red lines on there. And this is when, if you remember to July 25th, my initial presentation, this is the replacement chapter for 20.238. So earlier when we were talking about state density bonus law, this is where those references are provided, is in 20.234. And there is a bridge between the Affordable Housing Trust Fund that's established by Chapter 20.238 into this chapter here. So that way those funds that have been collected, it's about $150,000, that those can be expended for their intended purpose. But then, as we'll talk about in the next chapter, Chapter 20.238 is proposed to be repealed, with this chapter being the replacement chapter.
All right. Any comments, questions from staff?
I love that you just referenced government code section because you know it's going to change.
I'll give the credit to Matt on that one.
Don't try and reproduce it.
Chapter 2236, towers and antennas. Comments?
Well, this one really hasn't changed much.
It was primarily correcting some section references in the federal regulations.
This is so regulated by the feds. Really not a lot of wiggle room. Okay.
All right. And then here is that 20.238, the inclusionary housing repeal, being replaced by 234.
As the author of the inclusionary housing ordinance for the city of Fort Bragg, I agree with this repeal a lot.
Yeah. All right. Chapter 242, cannabis cultivation sites, as I am very far familiar with this section. Were there any comments from either of the commissioners on this section?
Yeah, it looks like all you're doing is changing use permit with administrative permit.
Yes, and just to be clear for the benefit of the public and the commissioners, this and the subsequent chapter that we'll discuss, the change we reviewed to make sure it wouldn't change any findings, wouldn't change any noticing provisions for neighbors. So it's really just changing the terminology from minor use permits to administrative permits, and making sure that that's reflected throughout. And those are really the only changes proposed within here, is just to eliminate those minor use permits and put everything to that admin permit process.
Cool. And 2243, cannabis facilities, same as Director Krog was stating are just the changes in here. It appears, yeah, in the table and then within the
Minor.
chapter from minor to administrative.
Look at that, we made it to the end.
We did. we
Hey,
did
all
it.
right.
Yeah,
Do
so
we need-
I do
What
want
about
to,
the facilities?
cannabis facilities, as Julie was stating, they just changed the administrative permit to a minor
Okay,
use.
so we don't need to deal with that.
And again, all the findings remain the same,
Great.
and public noticing requirements remain the same.
All right.
I do want to open this up to public comment, whether
Sure.
we have folks for the entirety of, the chapters that we reviewed for the zoning code, either online on Zoom or to anyone here in the public who wishes to speak on any chapter that we discussed today. Please, if you do have public comment, please raise your hand on Zoom or come to the podium here in person.
There are no public comments on Zoom.
Right. Do we have any additional questions to staff from commission? Commissioner Jones? Commissioner Wiedemann?
So we have a plan to meet on the, take up on the 15th, right?
Correct.
And that we're going to take up, what are we actually taking up there?
So between now and the 15th, staff will be preparing a revised red line packet for the commission and a cover memo for that as well, including the changes that were discussed. And as part of that memo, staff is going to review some of these items that I mentioned while we were going through them that we would need to look at if that's something we handle now versus tabling for a subsequent amendment. So staff will have some recommendations on those areas as well for the commission. And then I think from what I heard from this morning's discussion, I intend in my revised red line packet to remove the low intensity camping at this time as part of the Planning Commission's recommendation. So sorry.
Deputy County Council Matthew Kudrowski, I believe what we'll be doing is drafting a resolution that would call out, and we have plenty of different topic areas of the Planning Commission's concern regarding low-intensity camping, in which case the Planning Commission will be providing a very detailed recommendation of the many issues it's seen with the current draft of that, and then recommending the board consider those issues and really just recommend the board not approve any changes regarding low-intensity camping as part of the zoning code update, and that be made part of a separate amendment.
In a slightly different way, yep.
Okay.
Sorry.
Just for my
Sometimes
own
it's
edification from county council, do we need to invite a motion for that to bring this item back on the 15th for a
Yes.
date certain? Okay. Okay, so at this time I am going to close, right? We close the public hearing for this?
No, you can
Keep
keep
it
the open.
Okay, since we're continuing it, we keep
Right,
it up.
you're
Got
going
it.
to continue it.
Right, then I would invite a motion to continue this item to a date certain with recommendations from staff for the resolution to bring it back on July 15th.
August 15th.
August 15th?
Other than that, you're perfect.
Losing months
I
here.
make a motion to bring this back on August 15th.
Continue the public hearing and bring it back on August 15th. I'll second that.
Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Wiedemann?
Yes.
Chair Babini?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Right. Agenda item number 7, matters from staff. Do we have any matters from staff?
No.
Okay.
She's done.
Just wondering. All right, agenda item number 8, matters from the commission. Do we have any items from the commission today?
Yeah, I just want to thank both of you guys. I know this was a lot of work. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I second that.
And next time, just use all that money to pay your salaries.
All right, final item here, agenda item number 9. Is there a motion to adjourn the meeting this afternoon?
Sure, I will so move that we adjourn.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone, and thank you to those who joined virtually today.